Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the March Historic Preservation Board meeting. We hope you all are doing well, and we look forward to working with you today to talk about some really good projects and some very important issues. So, with that, I'll give it to Debbie, who can start us off. Hi,
Uh,
Debbie.
Good morning. Good morning, members of the board, members of the public. I believe Jason Jacobson from the City Attorney's Office is going to give you a few announcements this morning before we get started.
Good morning, everybody. Jason Jacobson with the City of Miami Beach City Attorney's Office. Today's meeting of the Historic Preservation Board has been scheduled in a hybrid format with a quorum of the board physically present and remaining board members, applicant staff, and members of the public appearing virtually via Zoom. In order to participate in today's meeting, members of the public may dial 1-888-475-4499 and enter the webinar ID, which is 817-483-47488 #, or log into the Zoom app and enter the webinar ID, which again is 817-4834-7488. Any individual wishing to speak on any item must click the raise hand icon if they are using the Zoom app, or dial *9 if they are participating by phone. Individuals who do not have access to a computer and wish to provide testimony or submit evidence in support or in opposition to any item scheduled to be heard may appear in person at the Miami Beach Convention Center, 1901 Convention Center Drive, Washington Avenue entrance, Art Deco room 237, Miami Beach, Florida 33139. Access to a computer will be provided. On quasi-judicial applications, on behalf of the chair and the board, I'll swear in each presenter and member of the public wishing to speak. I'll also ask each member to disclose the names of any individuals with whom they've had any ex parte communications. I'll be keeping time at today's meetings. Applicants will have 10 minutes to present, and members of the public will have 2 minutes to present. If you're appearing on behalf of a business, a corporation, or another person, you need to register as a lobbyist with the city clerk's office. If you haven't registered yet, you should register before you speak to the board. You don't have to register as a lobbyist if you're speaking only on behalf of yourself and not another party, or if you're testifying as an expert witness providing only scientific, technical, or other specialized information or testimony in this public meeting, or if you're appearing as a representative of a neighborhood association without any compensation or reimbursement for your appearance. Expert witnesses and representatives of neighborhood associations shall, prior to appearing, disclose in writing to the city clerk their name, address, and the principal on whose behalf they are communicating. If you are an architect, attorney, or employee representing an applicant or an objector, you must register as a lobbyist. These rules apply whether you're appearing in favor or against an item, encouraging or arguing against its passage, defeat, modification, or continuance. Lastly, before I turn the meeting over back to the chair, I'd like to swear in the staff. Staff, are you ready? Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, back over to you.
Thank you, Jason. Debbie, I have one point I would like to bring up before we start, which is kind of serious for today. You informed me that our deadline for closing the session today is 11:30. I've noticed over the past year that our meetings have been, I don't want to use the word pressured, but they have been scheduled for less and less time. First, many months ago, before the pandemic, we might have till 5 and 6 in the afternoon, and then we were cut off at 3, and now we're being cut off at 11:30. We may not have many items on the agenda today per se, but we do have many items, discussion items, which could be, we could discuss these things for quite some time. And because of the Sunshine Law, we can't talk to each other. So this is severely restricting our time to talk amongst ourselves and make decisions which have great impact on the future of historic preservation in Miami Beach. So I'd like to ask the powers that be, whomever they are, to consider reviving the previous schedules so we can talk as we need to speak as much as we need to do. And if it goes a little longer, we have the time. But to cut us off today, especially at 11:30, is very sad, I think. So thank you for your attention, and I hope the message goes to whomever, because we need every minute of today's time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Today's meeting, we all of the regular agenda items we should be done by 11:30. There's only two regular items. The reason why is because we're losing a quorum. This state requires a in-person quorum of 4 members to be present. Those are the members that are currently at the convention center. And scheduling conflicts are going to arise. I know this is a challenging situation for everyone, and that's what has happened today. So this is not the city's conflict with broadcasting schedules and in other meetings and that type of thing. This is actually an issue of the in-person quorum today. We will likely be able to continue with the discussion items, but no regular items couldn't be voted upon after we lose the quorum. So, I thank you for all your patience. Again, I thank all of the board members who are going to the convention center and attending the meetings in person. And we will do our best to get through all of the applications today, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you.
My pleasure. So first, the first item is actually the approval of the February 9th, 2020 minutes.
I will move them.
Okay, moved by Mr. Pascal, seconded by Mr. Lopez. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that passes. We do have one request for continuance this morning. This is HPB file 20-0441, 3425 Collins Avenue. Most members of the public and board members are familiar that this is the Versailles Hotel property in Amman Resorts. This is being requested to be continued to May 11th, 2020, so that we can consolidate some of the applicants' presentations. They are on track to give you 2 presentations at the May meeting, and we just thought that would be more efficient for everyone. So that's what we're recommending, and if we have a motion.
I'll move to continue the item.
Before the motion, let me just double check to see if there are any members of the public that would like to speak on this item. There are not. Motion was made by Mr. Pascal, seconded by Ms. Liebman.
Yes.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that motion passes, and the application was continued to the May 11th meeting. Okay, the first regular item on the agenda this morning is HPB file 20-0446. This is 7275 Collins Avenue, the North Beach Band Shell. So today we are going to be presenting a preliminary evaluation and recommendation relative to the possible historic site designation of the North Beach Band Shell, and this would be for possibly designating as an individual local historic site. I have a brief presentation that I would like to give the board members this morning. And after I present, I have asked James Quinlan, who is the executive director of the Rhythm Foundation, who is the current tenant of the band shell, to also give a brief presentation, as they have been involved in this process and supportive of this designation. And I think it would be good for the public and good for the board members to understand how the band shell is currently functioning. So if we could get the staff presentation on the screen. This is the second presentation, PJ. Is there another one that you see?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hi, James. Yes.
Hello, Deborah. Good morning. And
James, staff is going to be giving our presentation first, and then we'll hear from you and hear about the Rhythm Foundation.
Thank you.
I think PJ's pulling up the staff presentation. I'll just get started while we're working on that. So this is coming to you as a result of the discussion item that we had on the December 8th, 2020 agenda, in which board members discussed the possibility of historic designation. During that meeting, the board did make a motion and approved a motion to direct staff to prepare and present the preliminary evaluation and recommendation report. For those of you who are not as familiar with the historic designation process, I'll just run through that very quickly. So today's meeting, again, is a preliminary evaluation. At this meeting, the board will determine if the potential historic site meets the minimum criteria required in the city code for historic designation. At the end of the meeting, the board can make a motion to direct staff to prepare a formal historic designation report. That would be presented to the board at a later publicly noticed hearing in which we would have a slightly more detailed report than that is before you today. And that would be the historic designation report, which then the board would vote on as a recommendation. The recommendation would be to both the city commission and the planning board. After the board hears the historic designation report, that would be transmitted if the board believes that the site qualifies as a historic site. That would be transmitted to the planning board, that would review the project, make a recommendation to the mayor and city commission, and then it would be heard again at 2 hearings at the city commission, all with proper notice. So it's quite a long, lengthy process. The entire process takes anywhere from 6 months to 1 year. So I just wanted to let everyone know what today we're looking at is potentially directing staff to prepare the designation report. And if that happens, another provision in the city code requires the planning department to notify the mayor and city commission. We do that via letter to city commission. At that point, the city commission does have 60 days to put this on a city commission agenda, to discuss it, to modify the boundaries, or to deny outright the designation. So I just wanted to kind of quickly run through the process. I see the presentation is on the screen. Thank you, everyone. The next slide shows we can move to the next slide, shows the possible locations. So on the screen, you'll see a map. This is located within Bandshell Park. This is a city park. It's east of Collins Avenue, between 72nd and 73rd Street. Next slide. This particular area of the city actually has a fascinating history. It is one of the earliest historical sites that we have in the city. The Bandshell site was originally part of a 10-acre strip that was claimed by the U.S. government by executive order of President Grant, and that was in 1875. The Biscayne House of Refuge was constructed in 1876, just south of the Bandshell site. It is believed to be the first formal structure erected in what would later become the city of Miami Beach. This was one of 5 stations constructed by the United States Life Saving Service, which would later become the United States Coast Guard, along Florida's southeast coast. The station did provide shelter and food for shipwrecked mariners. Now, in 1941, the Coast Guard exchanged this property for its present site located adjacent to the MacArthur Causeway. So the land between 72nd and 73rd Street was given to the city and became a public park. In 1942, the city constructed a life-saving station within this park. just south of the bandshell. And in the aerial photograph on the bottom of your screen, you'll see that 1942 structure just to the east of the bandshell structure. In 2010, that particular building was demolished and it was replaced by a new community center, which was designed by Rene Gonzalez and now houses Unidad. Next slide. The bandshell, designed by Norman Giller and constructed in 1961, is an exemplary example of the post-war modern style of architecture. This style of architecture was popular in South Florida from approximately 1942 to the mid-1960s. It's also known as MIMO, or Miami Modern, and that was a post-war style building that was adapted to our local tropical climate. The characteristics of this particular structure include a strong horizontal emphasis, space-age design elements, including soaring decorative pylons, breeze block detailing, sculptural concrete forms, flat roofs and broad overhanging eaves, and also decorative metal gates. Next slide. Staff does believe that this particular property does satisfy the designation criteria contained in 118-592 of the City Code. We believe it complies with 4 of the criteria, and only one of the criteria is required to be satisfied in order to be eligible for local historic designation. Criteria number 1, association with events that have made a significant contribution to the history of the city, county, state, or nation. The bandshell, constructed in 1961, is a direct reflection of the events that occurred following the close of World War II in the country. This period of time was highly significant with the booming post-war economy that gave rise to a growing middle class. Additionally, the advent of incredible new technologies such as affordable and reliable automobiles, mass transportation in the country's highway network, along with affordable air travel and the introduction of air conditioning within properties made the South Florida environment a year-round destination where many people made their homes after World War II, and the tourism industry significantly increased in our area. In addition to that happening, this prosperity and the celebratory mood of the country during that time gave rise to a new direction in terms of the appreciation of art and entertainment throughout the nation. The middle class had a lot more leisure time, had a lot more expendable income. So we see things like television appearing, performances, music being really a priority for the country during that time. And the construction of the North Beach Bandshell, which is located in the area in the north part of our city, is where we really start to see this emerging entertainment industry really blossoming. And I think if you look at our city today, you can see how that has really made a significant impact on the development of the city, that entertainment industry. We believe it satisfies criteria number 3, embody the distinctive characteristics of a historical period, architectural or design style, or method of construction. As previously discussed, this is a wonderful example of the post-war modern style of architecture. And we do believe that it satisfies that criteria. Number 4, possesses high artistic values. The North Beach Bandshell, with its dramatic use of soaring concrete columns, acute angles, and the sweeping roof line, exemplifies high artistic values. A 2002 exhibit launched by the Municipal Art Society at the Urban Center Galleries on Madison Avenue was entitled Beyond the Box, Mid-Century Modern Architecture in Miami and New York. And the bandshell structure was actually featured as the cover of that exhibit's catalog. which we believe underscores the high artistic values that this property contains. And finally, number 5, represent the work of a master, serve as an outstanding or representative work of a master designer, architect, builder, who contributed to our historical, aesthetic, and architectural heritage. Norman Giller designed the North Beach Bandshell. He was a very prolific, successful architect who designed many of our iconic historic buildings in Miami Beach, including the Carillon Hotel, as well as the Bombay Hotel. It also should be noted that Mr. Giller originally designed the Diplomat Hotel in Fort Lauderdale, which was celebrated for its architecture. Unfortunately, that building was demolished and no longer exists. So we do believe it is important to preserve and celebrate the architecture of Mr. Giller. Next slide. That it? That may be it. For our recommendation, we are recommending that the Historic Preservation Board direct staff to begin the process of preparing the formal designation report, which we would bring back to you at a later hearing. As far as timing goes, it would likely be sometime over the summer or early fall. And that is all I have. Again, James Quinlan is here from the Rhythm Foundation, who is the current tenant of the bandshell, and I would like him, if the board is so inclined, to give a brief presentation. Okay, James.
Thank you, Deborah.
And
thank
James,
you for that.
sorry to
Can you hear me
interrupt.
okay?
The second, PJ, we can put the second presentation back on the screen if that's available. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Deborah, and thank you for that thoughtful preliminary report. We're so proud of this venue and its role in the city, and especially this year, as it is actually the 60th anniversary, built in 1961, and here we are in 2021, emerging from this health crisis with a newly born venue. So proud of what's happening there. And I wanted to take just a quick moment to thank and appreciate the hard work of Don Worth, a board member of the Rhythm Foundation, who was active in the designation of the district, or in the creation of the MIMO Historic District in North Beach, who's been guiding us with this process. We couldn't think of a better way to celebrate the 60th anniversary and sort of the rebirth of North Beach with the historic designation of this venue. Next slide, please. Just a quick background on the Rhythm Foundation. I'm sure most of you have been attending one of our performances, at least in the 33 years that we've been doing presenting performing arts in Dade County. For the first 25 years, we were quite nomadic, presenting in all of the top performing arts venues throughout the county. And about 5 years ago, we started a full-time management on behalf of the city of Miami Beach and the North Beach Bandshell. Our work is very focused on creating international understanding through the presentation of live music. And at the Bandshell, we have incorporated that with the civic and community work that Bandshell also provides a platform for. Next slide, please. As mentioned, in 2015, we were awarded the management of this bandshell. It gave us the chance to really land in the city where we were founded. We've always been a Miami Beach-based organization. In this venue, we present over 75 events a year in a normal year. This past year, we've been doing mostly live stream work and have recently been opening in a COVID-distanced pod seating arrangement, about 25% of our full capacity. The contract was extended in 2020, and we are now into our second phase. 2020 was a very significant year for the bandshell. That is the time when we were able to bring in the canopy. That was a project resulting from the Blue Ribbon Committee of Miami Beach studying North Beach. It was one of their top recommendations, and it was about a 5-year project to realize the canopy. Next slide, please. It was installed in February of 2020, just 1 month before we closed for the pandemic on March 14th. Todd DeLand, a pavilion from Brooklyn, worked with general contractor Ira Giller, the son of the original architect, to design and install this canopy. You see here the aerial view, how it reflects in so many ways the original design. It is an actual reflection of the circular terrazzo dance floor. If you see the 80-foot circumference center canopy is the same shape and form of that dance floor, simply 24 feet in the air. We wanted to come before you today talking about the potential for a city project that would be another phase of the canopy installation. The canopy has been a true game changer for us. It has allowed us to do programming that would not otherwise be possible. As an example, last Saturday we had a torrential downpour raining for about 2 hours. We call it almost a monsoon level rain, dropping several inches of rain at once. And we were able to maintain the program Global Cuba Fest. It was a sold out program that was live streaming also around the world. We were able to go forward with that program in a way that we would not at all have been had we not had that canopy. So it is truly a significant functional component. We think also an integral aesthetic component. Next slide, please. And over the course of the next 2 years, the city is planning the design and installation of the phase 2 of the canopy. We have now a rear platform seating area that did come in at the same time as our new reserve seat function. That's the first time we've ever had reserve seats in the band shell, and we now have up to 800 reserve seats, that many of which were placed now on this rear platform, which is presently exposed to the elements. So we've been thinking about a way to delicately incorporate a covering for that rear seating area. And we're pleased to welcome Todd DeLand. He's the principal designer of the canopy and our consultant from Pavilion. And he has some thoughts to share with you about the potential. I wanted to bring that up to you at this stage. We know it's early. It's probably a 2-year project that would come before you from the city sometime, perhaps in fiscal 22, with the potential for installation in fiscal 23. But we thought it was important now for you to see the thinking that we had relative to the design, and to see if there was any thoughts relative to the historic designation. So Todd, are you on the line with us at this time? I don't know if Todd, Debbie, as the host, can you see if he's
I don't see him, but
present?
Todd, if you are on the call, can you please raise your hand? I don't see him, James.
Okay.
And if he's calling in, he can dial *9.
Let me see if he's calling in. Let me just.
Debbie, do these people need to be sworn in?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Klein. Jason, can you swear in James Quinlan, please?
Sure. If there's someone else joining, I'll wait until he joins, and I'll just swear them in at the end of the presentation.
Debbie, we do have a time crunch today.
That's correct,
Apologies.
Mr. Chair. And James, if you could just continue.
My apologies. Let me give my interpretation of his work. We were hoping to have him present with us. My apologies. I don't know where he is at this time, but if you can go to the next slide, please.
And James, do you swear that all your testimony today is truthful and accurate, and the testimony you have previously given is truthful and accurate?
Yes, I do swear that. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie. I was just going to do it at the end, but great job.
So
James.
These slides show the rear canopy area that we're contemplating. It is the western circular wall, and is presently supported by a seating platform that you will see in a later slide. Here you see the attempt to really create a very minimal footprint, at the same time providing a shade and rain covering for this rear seating area. Next slide, please. From this view, you can see really the profile. It does anticipate rain coming off of the canopy into the park. That's one of the great features of the principal canopy as well. It collects the rain, sends it out through a downward gutter, if you would, and out from underground, out of the venue. This is another attempt to keep rain out of the venue. Next. Here, looking from Collins Avenue, you can see the Collins Avenue entrance and the minimal sloping canopies. They are removable in times of wind exceeding 80 miles an hour, as the principal canopy is as well, and it has that wind mitigation program. It also, those black panels you see towards the bottom are solar panels. That's a solar fabric to be able to also have a green contribution in this 21st century adaptation. Next slide, please. From above, again, you see the solar panels here more clearly. A very minimal framework is anticipated. It will be anchored into concrete, not into the terrazzo. That is the concrete floor area where seats were originally placed in the original band shell. There was a kind of a stadium type of seat, that system that was long ago removed from this area. And you can see how it complements the other shapes of the venue. Next slide, please. Looking again, now you do see here the platform. It's a 2-foot platform that surrounds that entire rear area. And it has those boxes which are attached to the pole. There is nothing attached to the wall, only the floor. Those boxes are charging stations that will be powered by the solar panels. And here it shows the way that the fabric is attached and removable in the course of a storm. I think that might be the last slide.
Thank you. Thank you, James. So that concludes your presentation. We do have Mr. Vice Chair. I see the Chair has stepped away. Mr. Vice Chair, would you like to continue with public comment? Okay, thank you. I do see Daniel Vaitia from the public who would wish to speak.
Good morning, Debbie. Good morning, board. Really excited. Yes, go ahead.
You swear under oath that any and all testimony that you give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
So this is a very exciting day. Thank you all for taking this item and for finally moving forward with the designation of the bandshell It is by far the most historic and significant structure that we have in North Beach. It's just amazing that it's going to be designated and preserved. These are one of those buildings that at all costs you want to preserve no matter what happens in the future. So thank you very much, and I think it's a great thing for our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. The next speaker is Daniel Seraldo.
Yes, hello.
Daniel, do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, thank you. Daniel Seraldo here on behalf of Miami Design Preservation League. For those who are following along, you can view all of our positions on our blog at mdpl.org. As far as this designation, we are fully supportive of the local designation of the North Beach Bandshell. It's an important landmark of North Beach, and we have been actively advocating for its local designation for the last several years. In addition, we encourage the city to look at the National Register nomination after the local designation is completed, because there might be some incentives. The Rhythm Foundation has done a great job as a steward of this property. I'd also love to hear, if the city has any comments, since they're the owners. It's always, obviously owner consent is not a requirement for preservation, but it's always good to get the owner's input. So hopefully we'll be able to hear from them. And I think this will really help solidify North Beach and MIMO for many years to come with this designation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Daniel. Our next speaker is Don Worth.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Hi, so I'm Don Worth.
Swear under oath that any and all testimony that you give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
I'm both a board member of the Rhythm Foundation, and I was involved 20 years ago in the organization that mounted the show that went to the Municipal Art Society. And I think I might note James Quinlan was part of that organization, and Nancy Liebman was the vice chair, and Barry Klein was the, I think, president of North Beach Development Corporation at the time. So it sort of feels like homecoming week. I agree with Daniel Seraldo, and I hope that we can also look at moving forward with the National Register Historic designation of this building. The Rhythm Foundation is a not-for-profit. There may be some ways that I can pursue some grant opportunities to do that work, because I know that the city of Miami Beach is pretty busy right now, but would really like to see that move forward, because this building should certainly deserve recognition. And second, through the project we did 20 years ago, we all got to know Norman Giller, who was a modest man. And I have to think he would be very, very pleased by seeing what's happened to this building, that it works so well. Norman, I learned, really wanted his clients to succeed. It's why he designed the two-story motel. He had a client on Sunny Isles who was going to do a one-story building, and he suggested to him, why not build up a second story? We'll put bathrooms back to back in the corridor on the outside, and you'll double your revenue. So I have to think that with the changes that we've made in the last few years to see this building used as much as it is, I think he'd be really pleased. So I'm looking forward to this, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Worth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There are no other members of the public wishing to speak, so you may close the public hearing.
You'll close public comment and move on to board discussion. Who would like to go first? Nancy.
Of course.
How are you this morning?
Of course. First of all, I have to congratulate James. I know James from way back when he worked for the city. I don't think many people know that he worked for the city, and he was a wonderful employee. But I am so proud of him as how he has grown into creating this masterpiece that he's doing. I also have good memories of the area, because it was at one time a place where children every Friday night came out to skate, and it was at that time the best thing that could have happened in Miami Beach and especially in North Beach. So I hope it all goes well, and I'm happy to be part of the designation and proving the designation. Thank you.
That's great. Who wants to go next? Barry.
Yes, sir. I'm grateful that we're bringing this forward. I think it's a year ago this month that I asked this to be put on as a discussion item at my first board meeting here. I think it's a year ago. So it took a while, but I'm really glad. I think that we'd all agree that the band shell is the strongest public post-war structure in Miami Beach or the area. I don't know any other. I'm grateful that the Rhythm Foundation has kept it going. I am also that also scares me in a sense, and no disrespect to the Rhythm Foundation, but I think the building needs another set of eyes to protect it, other than just the Rhythm Foundation, and that's us. I think, secondly, it should, after this, go to national historic designation. I'm very interested to see what they want to do, and I was glad to see that now. That's the first time I've seen that. I think it would have been a benefit to the city had the first awning come through this body, and I'm not making any judgment on that. I'm just saying that I believe it is of significant historic importance that it should be here. So I hope that the board will continue in this positive light, and that we will nominate this, and the city staff can take it further for a full report.
Thank you, Barry. Thank you. Well, I just want to congratulate our new vice chairman, Rick. You want to go next?
It is. I'm so happy to see this presentation. I think it's a great building, great contribution to the neighborhood. I did want to distinguish between, pursuing its designation on the one hand, on the other hand, seeing these proposed new pavilions at the perimeter. I think those are two separate things. I just wanted to clarify that. I'm supportive of both of those, and I just wonder, are we today also to ask questions or to discuss that proposed canopy at the perimeter?
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. No, that would be coming back to, if this structure gets designated, that would be coming back to you in the form of a certificate of appropriateness application. I think the Rhythm Foundation just wanted to give you an overall feel for what their plan is. But it's not part of the discussion today. Today, it's solely the preliminary evaluation and recommendation for the designation.
That's why it's important.
Yeah, I see. It's completely appropriate to proceed with this. I'm happy about the current programming at the site. I think it's great to see this continue to thrive with the community and bring new music and new kinds of engagement. So this is a great story that continues to go forward.
Thank you, Rick. How about Kirk?
Good morning.
Good morning.
So I'm really excited at this moment to see this designation move forward. At least I'd like to support moving it forward. I want to thank Mr. Quinlan and Mr. Worth. I think in terms of a centerpiece for the North Shore community, in terms of activation, I think this venue and the way it's been operated over the last 5 years have brought the best sort of vibrancy and community activation that you could ever hope for. The open air nature of this venue, even the ambient music floating across North Beach, in my experience, it's only added vibrancy without being intrusive. And I wish I wish that could be done more places so harmoniously. In any case, I think this is a fantastic centerpiece for North Beach. I think it's really important that it be recognized and preserved. I think if we could proceed as well with the National Register, again, I mentioned this when this discussion first started. I think this structure actually belongs in the North Shore National Register nomination for the North Shore, but I'm not sure if it, what the best process moving forward is. But I want to thank everybody involved and Debbie and staff as well. Every time, I actually learned as a 2-decade or more North Beacher, actually learn little tidbits more every time, and I appreciate all the information, and I think this is a really exciting moment, so I thank everybody involved.
Thank you, Kirk. Max, where's Max? There he is.
I'm here. Thank you. I'm supportive moving forward with the designation process. Clearly meets multiple criteria for designation, and it's important, I think, as we've just hear from fellow board members and in the presentation, important to contemporary life as well. And it's a cultural asset worthy of designation, and managed with an ongoing commitment to protect and maintain it going into the future. Not only in its cultural context and historical context, but also thinking the resilience as well. It's in an interesting spot too, and we can sort of work through that management going forward. So supportive. Thank you.
Thank you. Last but not least, Laura.
Thank you so much for the presentation and the history. Definitely echo the rest of the board members. I think specifically the Beyond the Box exhibit and the sweeping camera angles of the architecture is very important to the history of Miami Beach, especially North Beach. Personally, I've been here for many concerts, and I believe that the MIMO detailing will, continue to be appreciated by future generations as time goes on. Giller is especially one of the most preeminent MIMO Miami Beach architects, and really hope this designation encourages further economic development for the area. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. I'm last, and not to repeat what everyone else says, I just think it's fabulous, and thank you very much. Back to Debbie.
Okay, thank you, board members. So we would be looking for a motion. It sounds like you would like staff to proceed with the preparation of a designation report. Was that a motion, Mr. Klein?
Yes, I move for staff to proceed with a more detailed report.
Seconded by Ms. Liebman. I am going to do the roll call. Mr. Litt?
Yes.
Mr. Lopez?
Yes.
Mr. Pascal?
Yes.
Ms. Berman?
Yes.
Mr. Klein?
Yes.
And did I get you, Nancy?
No.
Ms. Liebman?
Yes.
And Chairman Finglas?
Yes.
Okay, that motion was approved, and staff will prepare the historic designation report, and that will come back to you at a separately noticed hearing. And that concludes that application. We can move on to the next application, which is HPB file 20-0431. This is 880 71st Street. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the construction of a mixed-use development project on a vacant lot, and variances from the requirements to provide a residential or commercial use to screen the parking at the ground level, from the required rear setback, the minimum average apartment size, open space requirements in the rear yard, and the maximum allowable projections in the rear yard. This particular application did come before you previously. Again, this is an application for a new residential building on a vacant lot.
Debbie, I'm sorry to interrupt. Just
Sure.
A protocol question. Do I need to see myself out
Yes, Mr.
Okay.
Litt, if you could turn off your camera and mute yourself, and I guess
Thank you.
that constitutes leaving the building, correct, Jason?
That'll be sufficient.
Okay, thank you, Max. Before, let's see, where was I? So this was brought to the board at the February meeting. At the February meeting, the board did continue the application in order to give the applicant additional time to address the comments of the board, as well as provide additional information. Since that meeting, the applicant has submitted a supplemental plan package, which you should have in your documents today. The changes include the additional details have been provided regarding the design of the underside of the residential portion of the building. As indicated in the revised letter of intent, the ceiling is proposed to be finished with wood pattern panels, and only the life safety devices and lighting fixtures will actually be visible below that finished ceiling. Additional renderings have been provided regarding the ground floor storefronts. A section drawing has been provided indicating that the rooftops of the ground level pavilion will have a 4-foot 4-inch depth planter. The area of the proposed retail space at the southwest corner of the site has been increased by approximately 350 square feet. The applicant has also revised the western facade to incorporate eyebrows and a vertical fin element to provide additional shading. Further, the applicant has indicated that the glazing contains high-performance coated laminated insulated glass that would meet the LEED Energy Gold standard. And finally, a vertical fin is proposed to be introduced along the north elevation in order to recall the former Tropicare sign. Staff is supportive of the revised plans. We do believe that these modifications achieve a greater level of compatibility with the surrounding historic district. Only one small comment regarding the proposed vertical signage fin. Again, this was introduced to recall the former Tropicare building that was demolished. Staff would recommend that the signage proposed for this fin actually be increased in length in order to cover vertically the same area approximately as the Tropicare sign had covered. With regard to the variance, the applicant is requesting 6 variances. However, we would note variance number 1, which is the variance to reduce, the active use liner for the parking. That, if the board approves the current plans, can be eliminated and withdrawn from the application. Staff is supportive of withdrawing that with the introduction of that commercial space. That would no longer be required if the board approves the current design. 2 of the variances are for the rear yard deck. The applicant, the building has been designed in a manner which meets the rear setback. However, the deck does not. So those 2 rear yard, it's a rear yard setback variance as well as the rear yard lot coverage. And that is in order to introduce the deck, which will become part of a public amenity for this particular property, which staff believes is important. The other 2 variances are with regard to the allowable projections. These are for the balconies. The balconies are proposed to project more than what is currently allowed at the rear and interior side. Finally, the applicant is also requesting a unit size variance, and staff is supportive of all of those. I'm more than happy to answer any specific questions you have about those variances. I'm just trying to get through this pretty quickly. So in summary, we're supportive and we are recommending approval. And that's all I have. Before we hear from the applicant, do the board members have any disclosures on this particular application? Seeing none, we can turn it over to Ethan Wasserman and Bob Bistry.
And Ethan, is your entire team here?
Yes. Yes, we are.
Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you're given this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
It is.
I do. I do.
So thank you. I'll jump in. Debbie, thank you for the introduction, a very thorough recap. For the record, Ethan Wasserman with Greenberg Trareg, 333 Southeast 2nd Avenue. With me this morning is Bob Bistry and my client, Matisse Cohen. We're here for a very brief presentation in response to specific comments raised by the board at the last hearing. As a refresher, we heard a lot of positive comments about the project, and the board had a few narrow requests for clarification, which Bob will address in 1 minute. Just as a reminder, there were 3 public comments last month, all in support of this project, including MDPL, and we appreciate that support. Again, for the record, staff is supportive of this application. We agree with all staff conditions, and there are a few new conditions reflective of the revised plans. We agree with those conditions of approval as well. And the conditions of approval do include the request from MDPL regarding the signage at the ground floor facing the public right-of-way. So I just want the board to be aware that's in the conditions of approval as well. So thank you, and I'll turn it over to the architect.
Thank you, Ethan. PJ, could you put the first slide up? So, as Ethan had mentioned, we have prepared some documents that help describe, the intent of the design and react and respond again to the comments we heard in the last board meeting. The first of which was a concern about the possibility that having this understory condition would expose possible mechanical utilities in that space. This diagram is a detail of the section that we had, showing that we have below the floor of the first residential unit approximately 2-foot plenum space, the suspended ceiling, that would capture all piping distribution and such, so that the only things you would see from the underside of the building would be required life safety, such as AV strobe, sprinkler heads, and light fixtures. This section also describes, and one of the concerns mentioned was the depth of the proposed green roofs on the lower pavilion buildings. We've provided more than 4 feet of depth, which is ample space for any type of intensive or extensive green roof materials. Next slide, please. This drawing is to illustrate the proposed change. There were some concerns about the retail kiosk that we are proposing that is required to screen the parking. That was about 220 square feet. We've increased that commercial space to 350 square feet, and we believe that that's giving the flexibility. I think the concern was to make sure that that space is actively used. And that size of a space is very common now in retail kiosks or pop-up retail that are seen throughout the city. And we think that that increase has made this more flexible and gives it a better chance to be successful. Next slide, please. These images are to discuss the concern about the western glazing. The diagram on the right is sort of the general design partie of the mass and the form of the building, where the solid walls that run generally from east to west are shown, and the ends of the smaller facades that are identified in blue are the majority of the glazing. So the first is to mitigate this, to meet the LEED Gold standard in Miami Beach. Any glazing that we do have is built into an energy model that would require that glazing on the west to be as illustrated in our letter of intent, to be the low E, so it's a high-performing glazing that is laminated and is insulating unit. So in general, although there is more just solar heat gain, this mitigates it just at a premium cost to the material. But to further this, we've added, and closer look even at the original Tropic Air and their western-facing eyebrow sunscreens, we're proposing to add that detail. So if you see on the left side of this image, we have the original HPB submittal. At the top is a proposed change to add those horizontal elements, but I think even more importantly, introducing the vertical, which is identified. In a western exposure, the vertical fins will help create what's called self-shading and are as or more effective than the horizontal, because by the time the sun's in the west, it's got a much deeper penetration, so that the horizontal are not quite as effective as they would be as, for example, on the south. So I think collectively, the comment has helped us mitigate potential heat gain further, and actually is more compatible with what was originally design elements in the tropic air. Next slide, please. This was a comment about trying to evoke the memory of the tropic air, the very powerful vertical blade, wall sign, as you see in the image on the left. I want to reinforce the fact that we're paying homage to the original building, not only with many of the design elements with the original building. We are, if you recall, proposing a placard that would tell the story and show original imagery of the architecture of the previous builder. So we're paying homage in that manner. And the comment that was brought up actually worked out very well in the image on the right, the placement of a wall element where we've already had that solid sort of section on the building. I think, as Debbie had mentioned, a proposal to increase it. The research I've done is that we're matching the exact proportion and size as shown on the right, 4'6" by 24 feet. We could increase that vertical to capture the bottom 6 or 7 feet, as you see on that wall, but this is the identical form. The one note, though, is we would propose to be allowed the signage that would be on this face would be to be determined on the name of this project, which has not been determined yet. So I'm showing in a similar font or color, character, the start of 880, but that signage would be developed to reflect the proposed brand and the building sign.
Can I ask a question, please?
Absolutely.
Why this building that you're replacing, that's now on an empty lot, was very iconic for the neighborhood, and I, for one, really liked that sign. I don't know why we couldn't make a deal with the city that you replace that sign. You're basically replacing the sign as it is, but also replacing the graphics as they were, and giving you permission to put your brand or brands or whatever you're going to have on signage elsewhere in the building. Since you don't know who the tenant's going to be, you don't know what the product's going to be, you really don't know anything. But that Tropic Air sign really is, to me, iconic for what was there, rather than put a little historical plaque, which I think is less appropriate. And signs like this are required elsewhere in Miami Beach when they've been removed by previous owners. They're put back. Another example is the I think, Debbie, that's my favorite project on 69th and Collins, is being replaced. I don't know why we can't continue to use the verbiage of the past on signs that are exactly what they were, basically. Just a concern, it really wouldn't cost you anything, and it would remind people that this is where this iconic building was.
So I'll start by answering, just for everybody's to remember that right now it's an empty site.
Yeah.
I wish we had the original letters, that would be something more meaningful to actually take the real sign. So in reaction to the discussions at the last meeting, trying to create that armature, the background for a sign to be reminiscent of the original. And then I'd like to turn it over to Ethan or Matisse as far as the willingness to replicate, of the past.
Sure, I'll respond. I think it's a good suggestion. I do have, I guess, a technical concern that I would put back to staff in terms of building signage. Would the utilization then prevent a building sign for the building on this frontage? I understand, retention of a historic sign, but if we put back the non-historic sign, does that then utilize the building signage, which means the building couldn't have one? Debbie, do you know?
Thank you, Ethan. So in the event of you recreating the Tropic Air sign, that would be considered a historic lost historic element of the site. However, since it's not on the same building, it would be considered a sign. So you would likely be required to use your building identification sign as a Tropic Air sign. If we had the previously existing building, that would be a very different situation where it would not be considered a sign. In this case, that building, was demolished prior to the local designation, and therefore Tropic Air would be considered a sign. And you would likely, if you wanted additional signs, specifically at that, at the upper level, that would likely require variances.
Understood. Okay.
So it is a tricky, question for the board, I guess, for the board members to discuss and see if they feel strongly about the sign as it was, or basically what you're proposing is a change of copy. Staff was not recommending that the fin itself, the masonry fin, be extended, just that the signage fill up the whole fin vertically. So instead of, our recommendation would be is instead of the numbers 880, maybe 880 is spelled out, so it fills the fin in a very similar fashion than the Tropic Air filled their signage fin.
And if I may, Debbie, this is Bob again. I completely agree with that. I misunderstood. I thought you meant the sign because we were careful to try to get that right. The name that we were putting up the letters was to be determined, but again, we're open to that discussion.
Mr. Chair, could I ask a question?
Yeah, sure.
So I just wanted a little more clarification because, obviously we don't have the existing historic building, but if that actual corner feature were to be recreated, obviously historical details are recreated all the time and considered to be still part of contributing buildings, correct? So could that corner feature...
This would not be considered a contributing building, number one. Number two, it will never be able to be recreated exactly how the Tropic Air sign was because it's a different building. So it's going to be in a slightly different location. It's at a different height. We had a very similar instance with the Anglers addition. So the Anglers, the new building that they constructed, they actually took the original Anglers roof sign and relocated it, reconstructed it on their new building. That, again, was considered signage because it wasn't technically meeting the definition of the recreation of a historic sign. And that did require variances because that was part of their signage program.
And my point is, I know we are where we are, and yet we're trying to incentivize bringing back a public detail, a public benefit that was a component of that building. And in order to be able to do that, it just doesn't seem right to me that we would be penalizing, the developer. And so as a further question, if we were to be able to have that component reintroduced, could we include a waiver within this order so that it does not penalize them in terms of the future signage, so long as it actually represented what the original, as closely as possible, the original Tropic Air sign was?
There are no waivers to exceed the signage regulations, so you wouldn't be able to include a waiver.
A variance, maybe.
A variance could
we do that all the time, correct?
But they likely would not require a variance to put Tropic Air on the signage because that would satisfy the minimum requirements or the maximum requirements for a building identification sign.
Right, but we're cutting into the amount of signage that they would generally be allowed in the future.
Correct. So what would happen is if they decided to put additional signage on the building that exceeded the maximum allowable, they would need to apply for a variance as a separate application and bring it back to this board.
And we couldn't incorporate that sort of variance within this order?
No.
We could, though, if I may, if we wanted to go in that direction, we could encourage or let it be known that HPB would be supportive at this point. As I understand, a variance needs to be advertised and like that. But I would think that we could let it be known that if this board was supportive, that we would be supportive of such a variance. And maybe we could even add in there that we'd hope it could be administrative.
Excuse me, Debbie, may I?
Yeah, sure.
Before we get too far along, Nancy, just Bob, were you finished with your presentation?
I had one more slide that I could get through.
Maybe we should get through the presentation and then we can ask any questions you
Well,
may.
what happened to the public?
We haven't gotten there yet.
Right,
Bob
so
is still
don't-
in
I
his
didn't-
presentation.
I'm asking because I couldn't imagine why we're having this whole conversation now.
Okay, thank you, Nancy.
So PJ, the next slide, please. And the last slide here was a bit more, some alternate views to help describe. There was a comment about the resolution of the retail storefronts. We've tried to very carefully provide two different things. Like we have the coral stone walls as well as the clear glazing, trying to give these very small boutique retail shops the viability with street views in and out of particular places, while articulating the rest of the mass with the coral stone detailing and the eyebrow canopy. So we think this is the right balance of bringing the glazing down to the street level for successful commercial exposure, but they're not just simply glass boxes. We've tried to balance that level of detail. So these views hopefully help give it. Some of the flat elevations of the original presentation are hard to read that, so we provided these additional views. So that was some of our responses in trying to, we worked with staff to respond to the comments from the board on the previous hearing. So that's all I have.
Thank you very much. Public comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have Larry Schaefer as our first speaker. Larry?
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Hi, Larry. Good morning. Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
So I'm calling in to notify this board that a complaint has been communicated to the city administration related to the developers that are pushing and asking for changes in front of this board. The complaint is related to election finance issues and a donation from Abraham Galbut made to Commissioner Stephen Miner during the 2019 campaign. And a donation from a developer to a commissioner is covered by the campaign finance laws, which I'm looking at right now. And it says no real estate developer shall give a campaign contribution directly or indirectly to a candidate for the offices of mayor or commissioner. And the penalty for that is that if this is true, then the Abraham Galbut and any associated entities should not be able to be a real estate developer for a period of 12 months. Does everyone understand this, or can I explain further?
I would suggest that our attorneys speak to you on this, since we're not attorneys.
I would object to the introduction of this testimony. It's not within the purview of this board. This is something we can discuss with the city attorney afterwards, but I don't believe it is germane or relevant for this board proceeding. But I'm happy to, let Jason chime in.
And to that point, that was going to be my exact response. To the extent, Mr. Schaefer would like to have this discussion, we can have this at the conclusion of the meeting with the city attorney's office. And
sure, as long as you know that you've been notified board that there is an issue in front of the city attorney and perhaps as well the Miami Beach Inspector General, and also at the county level. They have a board focused on ethics And that group as well has also already reviewed this issue about Abraham Galbit and Stephen Miner. So this isn't going away. I'd be glad to continue the discussion during this call later if you request my participation in it, or we can host a separate meeting, especially with the gentleman who's the lawyer representing Mattis Galbit and Abraham Galbit, Mattis Cohen.
Mr. Chair, the time has elapsed.
Okay, thank you. I think you need to deal with it separately, if you'd be so kind. Jason?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Our next speaker is Daniel Seralda.
Yes, hi, thank you. Oh, do I have to be sworn in again?
Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you give in this proceedings the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, thank you. Daniel Seraldo on behalf of Miami Design Preservation League. We, our position remains the same as what we shared previously. But because something was just mentioned about that the plaque is not as important as the signage, but I just wanted to reiterate that we do believe it's important that the plaque be there. It's in the final order. This is unfortunately an example of demolition by neglect, and whatever you do with the sign is great, but please don't remove the plaque, which they've already proffered. Thank you.
I was not suggesting that, Daniel. I was just trying to put things in proportion.
Thank you. Understood. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, our next speaker is Matisse Cohen.
Good morning, Matisse.
Hi, good morning. If I can just wait to speak at the end, if you have any questions, I'm happy to. I don't want to take time from the public comment.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Daniel Beitia.
Good morning, board. As stated last month, this has been a vacant lot for some time. We're very excited to see this product and building coming forward. I think it's going to be a valuable contribution.
Sworn in?
I was sworn in earlier on the ban shell item, but I'm happy to be sworn in again.
Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you give in this proceedings the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
So yeah, I think this is a great product and looking forward to its completion, and I appreciate the board support. Thank you.
Thank you. Debbie?
Thank you. Our next speaker is Paula King.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Sure.
Okay, great. I just wanted to highlight that the developer.
And do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, as far as I know, of course.
You may proceed.
Okay, I just wanted to highlight on this project that the developer is counting on the city to do quite a bit of site work on this project. Currently, all of the sewer lines, etc., that work for Normandy Island go right through their property, and they're expecting the city at a huge, massive cost to the city. I believe it's a GO bond project that includes revamping the beach. Again, the public would be paying for it. To remove those sewer lines and to revamp the whole septic system that runs through that property. I just want people to be aware of that again, we're looking to the residents to pay for a for-profit for developers. And I'm very unhappy about that situation. I don't think that we should have to pay to relocate any sewerage or public utilities that run through that property at this moment. Thank you. That was the end of what I needed to say.
Debbie, does the city consider such things when it gives a parcel to a developer?
Well, that I know the applicant has been, and I'll let them respond, early on in the process has been in communications with other city departments, including the city's public works department, regarding the below grade infrastructure. That I'm not aware of any agreement that the city is going to pay for their, anything on their private development. So I know that there is some coordination that will need to take place. which is pretty much consistent with most large new construction projects. Coordination with the city's public works department, sometimes the capital improvement projects office also needs to be coordinated if there are infrastructure projects that are going to be occurring near or adjacent to the site. Mr. Wasserman, would you like to respond to that?
Yeah, I'm happy to. I think that's a little bit of, I don't want to say red herring, but this is private property. We would, of course, have to go through the normally utility infrastructure processes, water and sewer connection points, and electricity undergrounding, all of the standard processes that a property owner would have to go through. My client can speak to his existing coordination and cooperation with the city on various things that happen on the site. Of course, there's large utility infrastructure right outside of our property. That's part of the design integration that is so important that Bob had mentioned at a previous hearing. We do have a bus stop right in front of our property. There's a large city infrastructure right at the edge of the bridge, so we've designed our project to accommodate that. But overall, I think the focus of this board is on the design integrity of this project, and I'd like that to be the focus of the jurisdiction of this board, of course, but of our discussion here this morning.
Oh, thank you. Debbie?
Mr. Chair, I see no other members of the public wishing to speak.
And public comment is closed. We'll open. Sorry.
May I just add to, this is Bob Bister again, just to add to what Ethan had mentioned, there may be just a misunderstanding, and there's a 20-plus foot strip of land between 71st and our property that is the city's land as the sewer pump station. We're not proposing changing anything or asking for the city to pay for any of those changes. We had mentioned it would be beneficial to both the public and our project that in the future, if the city would be willing to work with us for how we landscape and create hardscape in that zone so that it's more of a blend from our development to the city public way, that we would entertain that. But I think there may be a misunderstanding of infrastructure because we're not proposing that.
Thank you for
that. I'll clarify that.
Thank you for that information. So that closes public comment. Moving on to board discussion. Who would like to go first?
I will.
Yeah, Nancy.
Okay. I have to say that I am a bit disappointed in the result of what is being put in place of the wonderful, iconic Tropicana. I surely thought that it would have been something creative and surely something that would make a statement and or make something that would look like the Tropicana was once there. This is nothing but putting up a sign. I don't think that's enough. And surely not the 8-8 or whatever it is sign. It surely should be, and I think we should stress and try to get it so that the shape and everything of the original Tropicana sign be there. Doesn't have to say Tropicana, it has to be the shape. Right now, I'm looking at this building. To me, it's just one more oversized building with an added eyebrow. I think the site and North Beach itself deserves a lot better.
Thank you, Nancy. Are you done?
Sure.
Okay, thanks.
Want more?
Sure, always. From you. Okay. Laura.
So this I think that the density on the site is appropriate for this project. North Beach, I think, has kind of been struggling, and I believe that commercial corridor that you have there would benefit from more density. So overall, I'm supportive of the project and would love to see the signage return. And I think they made improvements and took into consideration what we had said at last meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Kirk.
Thank you. So I wanted to refer back to the page within the presentation with the actual signage. I mean, again, to me, it's a very prominent location in North Beach, a very revered building. And I mean, I appreciate the gesture. We hear homage a lot, paying homage to something. And to me, I mean, it's not enough. I think every building that gets built in North Beach, of course, pays homage to our architectural history, and that's wonderful. I just think we could do a lot better. And if you refer to that image, and we have plenty of documentation of that sign tower on all four sides, and I think there's a lot of features that are being needlessly overlooked. And if you refer to that image, first of all, you could see the reverse channel lettering. You could see the masonry features bordering on the sides, which would actually, with the reverse channel lettering lit up, would actually illuminate within the framework. And then you have the curvature at the top of it, which is fantastic. And then you have the three streamlined racing stripes. I mean, the tower in and of itself, not to mention just the wording, is beautifully designed. And I think it's a feature that we could bring back. I think it's something that could be celebrated. And I don't think that's an exorbitant ask. I think it's really something that maybe we could and should do in terms of cutting into their use for signage. I mean, I would be supportive if we are able to go in that direction. And I don't see why we could not, to include some sort of verbiage. Say they put Tropic Air back up there, and in the future they want to put 880 or a different name to encourage that that they're not penalized for bringing back an authentic historical feature. I think if that's the best we could do at this time. Further, if we are able to reincorporate, and this is where we are. I mean, this is where we are as a board. This is where we are as a city because of sea level rise and a lot of other pressures. We have to find ways to innovate and to maintain historical features. And yeah, we weren't able to save this building, and that's a tremendously sad shame. But I think we do have to find ways to innovate, and I don't think that it's really fair to say, either I'm a purist myself, but sometimes you have to compromise and take what you can get, and I think this is worth advocating for as a public benefit. I also want to add in terms of the plaque. I have a plaque on my own building. I mean, to a large extent, the only one that really appreciates it is me. And maybe a couple of tenants, you don't get a lot of mileage out of a plaque when it comes to public benefit and public engagement. I do think if we were able to bring back that tower that the sign is housed on, it might make sense to actually put the plaque at the bottom of that at eye level so people could actually appreciate what they're looking at and tie it together, the old building with the new one. I do want that's my big statement here, and I hope we can advocate for that. I don't think it's unreasonable. The last thing I want to say, I want to again recall something that Barry said last month was about the parking, right? I mean, I like this design. I think it's nice for the area, and I think there's a lot of great features of it, and in a lot of areas, I compliment the architect for trying to propose something compatible and to recall in a lot of ways, particularly the massing of the original Tropic Air. I do want to point out the parking spaces. I do agree with what Barry said last month. We have, I believe, 36 units, 10 parking spaces. Is that the correct number? And I think this goes to a discussion item we have later in the agenda, but in waiving parking requirements, I completely get it and support it for contributing buildings that do not have parking that are being, say, added on to. There is a deficit here, and I know I know that there's parking pressure in that area. And so I only say that to make a point for in the future, because there's a deficit of what, if you're looking at one parking space per unit, 26 units without parking, which means potentially in the abutting historic buildings that do not have on-site parking, that we're potentially displacing 26 or more families. And I do not think we should take it lightly. I'm not going to drive the point home on this project. I realize in retrospect that this discussion went to the planning board before it came to us, but I do think we should take note of that and take note of the working families that live in North Beach that could be adversely affected in historic buildings because perhaps there is not enough parking in this building. Other than that, I am supportive and thanks everybody for your time.
Thank you for those insightful comments, Kirk. They're appreciated. Who would like to go next?
Who's left?
Who would like to go next?
Rick has his hand up.
Rick. Oh, sorry, I don't see Rick. Okay, thank you, Vice Chairman Rick.
Thank you, Barry. Thanks, Jack. I'm also supportive of the project and appreciate the applicant's efforts, in particular the architect's efforts to, respond to the comments that were made at the last meeting. With regard to the sign, I really appreciate Kirk's attention to detail in, the observations made from the old sign, and do think that there's room for improvement. And I would, invite and encourage the architect to, develop the design of the sign to really integrate to this building. I mean, I know it's tough to tell an architect, take a piece of this old building and put it on a new building, right? I'm all for giving the architect the leeway to really integrate, the spirit of this, old or historic element into a new project. And I'm confident that between the architect and staff that, we can arrive at something that, will be really great. I think it's a kind of forward-looking project. I think that we're seeing a glimpse of the types of projects we're going to be seeing more of in Miami Beach, and I'm glad to see it. So thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Who would like to go next?
I think I'm the only one left.
Barry.
So I have a few things to say, but first off, I found that the documents provided to us were a little short of what I would have expected for what we usually get as for a response. I don't expect, a bazillion sheets of drawings, but in reference to the tower, I find what's proposed is either weak compared to what's there. The documents don't provide me a view from the side of what's happening. When I look at this, it makes me think that they have put up, a 6 to 8 inch vertical slab of concrete. And I'm not sure if it's a box structure like what is there and like what I would expect. I also feel that we may not have the existing building to measure it, but just graphically does not seem to be as tall. It doesn't seem to have the articulation that Kurt really hit on. I couldn't say that better. I would be a proponent of maintaining the original name, the original letters style, and as far as the color as well of the letters. Another thing that I spoke of, and I appreciate that Kurt remembered that about the parking. That's a lot of hit for the neighborhood. One of the issues that I raised last time was that small commercial space that's on the south side of the parking access. And there were two things that concerned me about that space. One was the size, and who's going to cross, who's going to want to cross the parking access to get to it. So we're still there. I'm not going to beat a dead horse. I think it looks nice. It's just not the space out of the building I would want to rent, and I wish the owner luck with it, but I don't have great predictions for it. And I was also concerned about the utilities in the parking area underneath the building. And what seems to be proposed now is acoustical soffit panel. And that's it. Just that word and an arrow pointing to a plenum of a brown, tan, ochre color. So I don't know what that is, and I don't have confidence that it's not going to be something flapping in the wind or becoming off-centered from time to time. And I think that is something, we could leave staff to detail, to assure that the architect details for them. But I just found that was very, just not enough information for one to make a judgment. So those are my three issues, and I feel very strongly about the tower. It needs more detail, and I would be a proponent for it to keep the name, and to keep the color, and to keep the font of the letters and the style. And that's it.
Thank you, Barry. Debbie, I think the majority of the board has issues with the project, and I think it would be helpful for them to come to you possibly and work out some of these issues. I hate to send it back, but I don't.
Well, Mr. Chair, could we respond? We haven't had an opportunity to respond. Could we respond for a few minutes?
Sure.
Thank you. Sorry. I didn't want to. With the virtual platform, it's hard. I didn't want to interrupt anyone speaking. And obviously, I'm not in a room with my client, so it's all by text. So it's a little bit delayed. But I'd like our architect to respond to the signage. I think we're comfortable. I think the direction from the board is pretty clear, if I'm reading correctly. And the concern about a variance in the future, if this board is willing, not a straw poll, but willing to signal to us that should a building sign come back before them for a variance, that it would be favorably considered. I think we could commit today in terms of the signage being requested of us. And I'll turn it over to Bob in terms of Mr. Pascal's comments about the original detail. I think that was the intent. So if it didn't come through, I'd like Bob to address specifically what we can do to incorporate that sign, that idea, because that was the intent in coming back before you all with that level of detail. So Bob, can I turn it over to you?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. And so I'll reply to the kind of going backward just quickly on the plenum space. I apologize if there wasn't enough technical detail, but I would assure you from the beginning, the idea is that we have what would be a stucco, solid as a rock, hurricane load winds that would withstand, any kind of conditions for the understory, that ceiling, and that all utilities are captured. And the intent of what we're really trying to do with the simulated wood is there was a concern from staff about making sure that we didn't have any, unforeseen noise. So having an acoustic treatment on the underside, meaning it would absorb any kind of, noise that could be created down there through parking or whatever. But that it is something that is, meant to last, and that we are very focused on the aesthetics of that underside, because the whole point of the dingbat solution was to make that space usable. So, but to go back to the sign, again, I apologize if there wasn't enough, views or detail, but the intent was to, as closely as possibly, replicate the form of what was on the original building. So I did, through the photographs I had, was able to calculate the proportions and the size. I began to indicate sort of the layers, and I actually reached out to the the historian, the photographer, Mr. Bramson, I believe, because I saw his credit on the original Tropicare photos that I had. Our intent would be to forensically recreate that if that was the direction of the board. And as far as the name, the whole Tropicare bed channel signage, the developer is willing to replicate that. So it was the intent to create that. I thought we had the perfect location as well on the corner of the building, had that sort of opaque surface to allow us to do it.
Thank you, Bob. So I hope we've addressed those concerns. If there's anything that remains, if there's direction to work administratively with staff, we would appreciate that and having an approval today. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to ask Nancy. Hold on, Nancy. Hold on. I'd like to ask Nancy for further input, because I agree 100% with what she said, and I think there's some more basic problems other than just the signage. I'd like to hear from Nancy again to see how she would be leaning.
First of all, I would not vote to do it today. I think we need to see something more than just hear it over the internet here. And I particularly, yes, the sign will do something, but somehow this building has absolutely no indication that the iconic, and I say it as many times as I can, it was the best building on the street, and it was unfortunately demolished. I don't know why. I think the woman who owned it just couldn't take care of it anymore. So it's not that somebody just went ahead and demolished it because it wasn't a great building. So I'm just trying to get a better feeling about it. As I've said before, it's just one more oversized building, and you added an eyebrow. I remember that was a thing that you had to do last time. But there's got to be a little more respect for the building in the design. It just doesn't do anything. Everybody's talking about the corner. Well, let's do something better in the corner. So that's it. And I would respectfully ask that the board bring it back and not just go by the word that, yes, we'll fix the sign.
Okay, thank you, Nancy. Debbie?
May I interject for a moment, please?
Sure. Welcome, how it's going.
Mr. Chairman, last month we were here and we heard some lovely feedback regarding the design of the building and how we paid homage to the original Tropicare, and we put a lot of care and study into doing that. We were required or requested by this board to add additional respect to the original Tropicare sign that stood out, and we found a corner in which it replicates to a tremendous amount. And we're willing to work with staff to on its placement, on its font, on those elements to give it that respect that it wants. We do agree with the MDPL and their requirement to the signage on 71st Street, which is hopefully one day going to be a real walking area. But today, in response to Mr. Klein's comment, the real access point is Bay Drive, and where that small kiosk will be the entrance to a walkway in which we're offering to the public at this point as an access way to the water and also to the commercial below this building. So the thought and the design of this building, which this board felt was to their liking last month, is now, and the comments were regarding the signage and the underbelly to ensure the fact that we had that in our plans. And now we're discussing the whole design of the project. Seems to me a little confusing. Now, as as our attorney had just mentioned, we're happy to work with staff on these detailing. But delaying the project is not helping any of us. And I would request that you approve the project and give direction to staff clearly on what it is that you want regarding the signage, and we'll be happy to comply and to work with staff to make sure that it is respectful and pays homage. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen. Debbie?
So I would just like to respond because I'm a little bit. I think the board was clear on certain instances, and then Ms. Liebman, I wasn't 100% clear on your direction. This is a, for all purposes, this is currently a vacant lot. The building that was there before, the Tropicare, was demolished prior to the designation of, significantly prior to the designation of the local historic districts. Staffs in the city's heritage is what staff uses as a guide. The city's heritage of historic districts, the diversity of architectural styles, is a product of building replacement over time, very sensitively, contextually compatible with the scale and character. But if we had to recreate every building that was demolished in the city, we wouldn't have our beautiful MIMO architecture. The MIMO architecture replaced primarily in North Beach vernacular single-family homes. They had also replaced Mediterranean Revival structures that were scattered in North Beach. So our direction to the applicant was never to recreate the Tropicare, but to design a piece of architecture of its time, forwarding the diversity of architectural styles, but to be very sensitive and to recall components that were important to the Tropicare, but in a contemporary manner. So our opinion was that the applicant did that successfully in terms of a compatible building with features that from my perspective, do strongly recall not only the Tropicare, but the post-war modern spirit of North Beach, but done in a contemporary fashion. This likely will advance the city's quality of design and continuum. And in 50 years, we could probably see a lot of our contemporary architecture eligible for designation. And I think that's what makes our historic districts so rich and really so recognized worldwide is how we design infill buildings just as much as how our historic architecture is contributing. So that I just wanted to clarify what staff's position was and what our direction was to the applicant in terms of the previously existing building. I've heard, I think, from 3, maybe 4 board members who are generally supportive of the project. Staff has really become somewhat of an expert in recreating historic signage. I am very confident that we can work with the applicant to recreate not only the signage, the letters, but also the pylon feature, because we do have good historic documentation. I'm also very confident that we can work out the details of the underside of the upper floors in terms of materiality and how that's done. Again, our recommendation is that to approve the project. But if the board is not inclined to approve it today, I think we would need a lot more specific direction to the applicant so they know what the board is looking for next time.
Thank you, Debbie, for a very, very clear and straightforward analysis of the situation. I think I would like to hear a motion to approve the building as it is, but including the signage issue to be worked out by staff as just a straw motion to see if that would pass. I know there's some people who want more than that. revisit it. But I don't think after the time we spent last time and this time, we're going to go back to the drawing board at zero and start over again. I don't think that is passable. Maybe it is. I don't know. But do you want to try a motion to approve it as it's presented and see how that goes without any changes, and then we can work from there? Because I know I would not support that.
I think any of the board members would wish to make a motion, we can work out any additional or modified conditions that you would recommend.
Debbie, I would give it a shot and move the approval contingent upon the applicant working with staff to finalize the design of the sign.
Okay, I have a recommended condition. So condition C1A, we could modify that condition to say that the signage pylon for the previously existing building shall be reconstructed and reintroduced along 71st Street in a manner consistent with the details and dimensions of the previously existing pylon, and the signage shall be consistent in color, copy, font, and letter design. Now the copy would be the Tropic Air name. So I just wanted to point that out. So it would basically be a complete reconstruction as close as possible to the original previously existing pylon for along 71st Street.
I would add that it should be, I don't think it should be an exact copy. Rather, I think it could be adapted to the new design. For example, the overall height of the tower might be, not what's best for this design, right? If they need to adjust the height and, adapt that original design to this new building, I think that the architect should be able to do that. I think it's very difficult to put it on someone to, rebuild an exact replica of something from another building that's long gone into a new building. So I'm okay with everything you just said, as long as they have some leeway to adapt it to the design of the current building.
Can I seek clarification here?
Sure.
Rick, I hear what you're saying, and yet I think my concern is I'd like to see the actual historical features included somehow. And when you leave it open to interpretation, I don't know if that means to me we're including the curved top of it, if it's going to be in a box shape. I don't know if we're going to include the channels, the streamlined stripes. And so in terms of proportions, I hear what you're saying, but I'm concerned of just leaving it wide open in terms of details. I'm not sure it gives staff proper direction.
I would say, Kirk, that I was in particular referring to the length or the height of the tower, because as it's drawn now, maybe it is the exact same height, but it looks like it's kind of hanging and just stuck on because it's not, it doesn't go down to the slab, or it doesn't end, maybe it ends well at the top, or we want it to end well at the top, but we should also consider how it ends at the bottom. I don't know that we have, the right guidance from the previous building. And perhaps the architect needs to, find a good termination at the bottom of the sign. So I think all of those details that you're describing, that I think Debbie was mentioning, are appropriate, but I think they need some leeway, in particular with the length.
In terms of the height.
Yeah, and how it terminates at the bottom, which is going to be closest to the sidewalk and the place at which people see it the closest.
And we're talking about re-representing in 3D, right? Box shaped.
Correct. Okay. And so what we could add to what I just read in is that the dimensions may be adjusted in order to be better integrated into the new architecture of the pylon itself.
And it's a given that this sign will be lit, correct?
We can add that in. Method of illumination shall be consistent. We're not 100% sure it was illuminated, but if it was, it looks like it was a halo or a reverse channel, because it definitely was not a front lit letter.
Correct. Okay.
Nancy?
I just want to maybe better explain. My comments were not just about the sign. I used the sign as an example that it's nothing challenged the old building. But I look at the view of the southwest corner, and I don't know how many pictures there are of it. I'm looking at it. I see poles. I see squares. I see balconies hanging over it. Nothing coordinates. Maybe the problem is because it's not a complete rendition of it. When you go to the next page, all you see is the typical high-rise building with a couple of little fans on it. I just don't think that this whole thing is worthy of putting on that corner in that place.
Okay, so you're not in favor of it at all.
No, I'm voting no. You can all do what you want.
We have a motion, but I did not hear a second. So do we have a second to Mr. Lopez's motion?
I second it.
Okay, seconded by Ms. Weinstein-Berman. Is there any further discussion from the board?
Chair? I just want to clarify, going back to last month's discussion, we also included the shade tree condition, correct, somewhere in here, because there was not a new landscaping page. Remember we talked about the city-owned property, but it was included in the landscape plan in the last proposal. We were talking about trying to have, I forget, there were gumbo limbos, I think, there, and we were talking about putting in something that has more canopy on it. I'm not sure if that got reflected.
I don't see a condition. I don't recall the exact issue. But you could certainly, make a recommendation to amend Mr. Lopez's motion to include an additional condition.
Am I the only one that remembers this discussion?
I remember it too.
Yeah. I mean, I think the idea was, rather than gumbo limbos, and also within the Normandy Plaza area across the street from here, I think oak trees are the prominent landscaping feature, just to have something to further support pedestrians and wanting to activate the area. I mean, I'm happy to leave it loosely. I'd like it to be reflected, though.
I would recommend that you propose a condition to amend the motion.
Okay, so my condition would be, I'm trying to think of the area, what do you call it, the berm in the corner.
This is the city-owned portion of the property?
Correct,
okay.
But they had included it within their landscape plan in the proposal, and we want to encourage that trees with with substantial canopy be encouraged in that area. Native trees, how about that? Native trees, such as live oaks. Can I get that specific?
I think it's better if it says native shade canopy trees.
There you go. I'm okay with that.
Okay.
And I think the area Kirk's referring to is a planter at grade in the right of way.
Correct. And so what I would recommend is that condition be subject to the review and approval of the city's urban forester as well as the city's public works department, just to make sure we're consistent. But I think that's a great idea, and I have no objection to that condition.
Perfect.
Okay, Debbie, I do have a question. Do we have a full board present?
We do not. Mr. Litt is recused from this particular application due to a conflict.
So that's 6.
We have 6 board members. We do have a motion. Mr. Lopez, do you accept Kirk's friendly amendment?
I do.
Motion?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
How many positive votes do you need for this to pass?
We need 4. No, excuse me. Well, we need 4 votes for the certificate of appropriateness. We need 5 votes for the variances. Right now, we're only talking about the certificate of appropriateness.
Okay.
Debbie, I have one last comment. Mr. Chair, if that's okay, I just want to make sure we discuss the signage and the developer not being penalized for recreating the historic sign. Is there a notation we need to include in this order to reflect that, or?
Unfortunately, we cannot legally do that because you don't have an application before you today for a variance for signage. But I think it's been very clear on the record. When staff analyzes signage variances, we would also take something like this into consideration as hardship and practical difficulty with the historic element that is being reintroduced in a new building.
Thank you.
Good. Okay, we've had a motion and a second. So should we vote?
Yes, I will call the roll. Mr. Klein.
No.
That's a no?
Correct.
Ms. Liebman.
No.
Mr. Litt, Mr. Litt is recused. Mr. Pascal.
Yes.
Ms. Weinstein-Berman.
Yes.
Mr. Lopez.
Yes.
And Mr. Finglass.
I'm still thinking. Yes.
Okay, that motion passes 4-2. Now we can talk about the variances. So there are, with the current project, the applicant would need the 5 variances. The variance for the active use liner would be withdrawn. We have the 2 variances for the deck, which is the rear yard setback and lot coverage. We have the 2 variances for the balcony projections, and then we have the unit size variance. Again, staff is recommending approval of those 5 variances, in part due to the irregular lot size. The lot shape does create some difficulties with regard to setbacks and projections. The unit size, we've outlined in our report, the applicant is extremely close to the average unit size, which is 800. I believe they're 700, maybe 60 square feet. We also noted that the density allowable in this particular zoning district is being reduced by the applicant. They are proposing 36 units only when they would be allowed 44 units. So again, we don't have any issues with those 5 variances.
I'd move to approve the variances. I think if the project's going to go forward, the developer designer is giving a great hand to the neighborhood for access to the water, and I would move to approve the variances.
Okay.
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Pascal. I'm going to call the roll. Ms. Weinstein-Berman.
Yes.
Mr. Pascal.
Yes.
Mr. Lopez.
Yes.
Ms. Liebman.
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Klein.
Yes.
And Mr. Finglass.
Yes.
Okay, that motion passes. Variances 2 through 6 were approved. Variance number 1 has been withdrawn by the applicant.
Thank you all.
Thank you. That concludes our quasi-judicial applications. We do have several discussion items. The first discussion item on the agenda today is the RM3 Oceanfront ordinance amendments, and this is relative to ground floor additions as well as rooftop additions. The board members have all received a staff memo along with the draft ordinance that would modify the existing RM3 regulations. This is coming to you as a referral from the City Commission. On February 10th, the City Commission referred this ordinance to both the Planning Board and the Historic Preservation Board for review and recommendation. I believe it is going to the Planning Board at the end of this month, and then those recommendations would be then transmitted to the full City Commission for consideration. As I believe a lot of you are aware of, and I believe the applicant has been in contact with some of the board members, the representatives who have purchased the Seagull Hotel, which is located at 100 21st Street, that's on the south side of 21st Street along the ocean, are currently proposing and have submitted an application that will be reviewed by this board at a later date for a major renovation of this particular property. In addition to requesting a certificate of appropriateness from this board, the applicant has also proposed some amendments which would allow for what they believe would be a more viable development for the site. There's two basic changes. One is with regard to ground level addition. So currently for this particular property, they would be permitted a ground level addition to match the height of the existing building, provided that the project met certain conditions. One of those conditions is it would not be attached to the front, street side, or oceanfront elevations. The proposed amendment would allow for applicable properties to construct ground level additions at a height to match the existing building plus rooftop additions. So currently, again, they can build a ground level addition that would match the height of the existing building. This amendment would allow them to actually build that ground level addition to also match the height of a rooftop addition approved by this board. So all of the improvements I'm talking about would require a certificate of appropriateness from this board. Additionally, the applicant is also proposing to modify the rooftop addition regulations. Currently, rooftop additions are prohibited within oceanfront properties in the architectural district within the RM3. This would allow for the construction of a rooftop addition in a manner consistent with rooftop additions that we do permit in other historic districts. This proposed amendment would be most similar to the rooftop additions that are allowed in the Morris Lapidus mid-20th century local historic district. Those are the two basic changes that are currently being proposed. There's also some minor cleanup to remove erroneous language from the previous, from the currently existing ordinance. We're also asking to strike through sections of the ordinance that were actually adopted for projects that were never realized. There was a text amendment approved many years ago for this actual site, and we're asking to strike some of that language. Further, there was language in the ordinance that was specific to the South Seas. The South Seas Hotel, located as part of the Raleigh assemblage now. That project never went forward. The Raleigh now has a separate section of the ground level additions. So that is all cleanup language. We're asking to strike that again because it's not applicable to the properties anymore. So that's non-substantive cleanup that we're doing, but I'm here and happy to answer any questions you may have on any of these changes.
I spoke to Carter and his team at great length to understand what they're proposing, and I didn't quite understand the answer that he gave when I'm not a lawyer, so when I humbly apologize for my possible misconceptions. But how does this differ from spot zoning, since they said that there are no other buildings in this district this ordinance, this change would apply to. So basically, you're changing an ordinance specifically for one building.
I would refer to the city attorney's office. They do review all of the ordinances that go to the city commission that are drafted to ensure that they are not legally considered spot zoning. I see Jason here, but this has been reviewed by the city attorney's office, and I believe it was considered not to be a spot zoning modification.
Yeah, that is correct. And to that extent, Nick worked on that ordinance, and we're happy to fill you in on that point at a later date. But in coming up with the process to determine whether or not we want to proceed with an ordinance of this nature, that's one of the initial determinations that we made.
That who would make?
That the city attorney's office would make.
Oh, not us.
Correct.
Nancy. Oh, sorry.
Well,
sorry.
A project sort of similar to this way back happened at the, I want to say Raleigh, it wasn't the Raleigh.
Versailles.
No, it wasn't the Versailles. It's on the corner of Lincoln and Collins Avenue. It's the hotel there that I'm blanking on the name. So anybody who can think of that name, anyway. What? Somebody said it. So
Ritz?
The Ritz-Carlton. Thank you, whoever said it. Yes. This goes way back, but it was done very interestingly, where they allowed the FAR to, from the street, to be given to the hotel because they wanted to put 2 stories on it. There was never any discussion about what happens with the other one, and everybody was very happy with what happened. It made the hotel what it is today. So I'm wondering why every time there's a change that comes along and we have to keep including everybody in the plan, what is the fear? What is the problem of just having each one of these issues that come up that are specific to the project? Why we have to get involved with all the other hotels and make it, that's where the word text amendment comes. They make a text amendment and all of a sudden everybody on the street is doing the same thing. I don't know why that happens. I think it's foolish because in the case of the Ritz-Carlton, it was certainly the best thing that could have happened there. It was successful. And the person across the street on the south side didn't want to do that. They were being included. They didn't want to do that. So it was only done for the north side of the street, for the Ritz. And that worked out very well. So I just don't understand why we always have to include 100 other things before we allow a project that makes sense. That's not going to take away the street. The street's going to be usable just as it is today with the Ritz-Carlton project. So I don't know who answers that. I suppose Debbie or the attorney.
Thank you, Nick.
I think it's a change that has to be made in the thinking. Maybe that's
Mr. Chair, this is Carter McDowell. I would welcome an opportunity to explain kind of where we are and what's happening today and what will be happening as we go forward.
Hi.
I do have a presentation, although I'm going to limit my use of it out of respect of time. First thing that's important to understand is what's before you is a recommendation to the City Commission with regard to a proposed ordinance. As Debbie said, and Debbie did not explain, the ordinance as drafted provides that these changes would apply only to oceanfront lots within the architectural district that have no frontage on Collins Avenue. So it does apply to more than one property, although meaning it would apply to the Seagull property, which is my client's property at 121st Street. It would also technically apply to 1500 Ocean Steps or 1500 Ocean Drive and Il Villaggio, which is the project to the south. They are both oceanfront parcels within the architectural district that do not front on Collins Avenue. There are no other properties within the architectural district that are oceanfront properties that do not front on Collins Avenue. And I've worked very closely with the city attorney's office to craft an ordinance that does much of what I believe Nancy was saying. It's really primarily limited to an impact on this one property. If you would put up the presentation, I would appreciate it, JP, because context, I think, is important here. Our property is the northernmost parcel in the architectural district, or oceanfront parcel in the oceanfront district. Staff, are you able to put up the presentation? I'm not hearing any response.
Yes, let's give them a moment.
I have it. I could, if I could share my screen, I can also put it up. So the bottom line is, as Debbie correctly said, this is an ordinance that would allow us to come back to you, this board, to seek a certificate of appropriateness for what will end up being 3 separate small additions to the Seagull Hotel. We have very carefully not approached a major tower change. Double click. Wow, I don't know. I can't control that. I don't know if anybody else can see it. I can't.
I don't think any of us can.
Okay, so let me continue. We've carefully, and you will see, I will show you the project briefly, although the project is not before you today, and neither is a roadway vacation request, which is part of the overall project. That's not before you today either. The only thing that's before you is to make a recommendation to the City Commission on a proposed ordinance. The Seagull Hotel is currently 8 stories tall. The reason for this application is that, in fact, the city approved the construction of the Setai residence and hotel that completely surrounds our property. There we are. Great. So you see in this aerial photograph outlined in blue, the Seagull Hotel. To the west along Collins Avenue is the Setai Hotel. To the south, along the entire southern border of our property, is the Setai Residence building, although there are hotel units that operate within that building too. Next page, please. The small pink area that I've highlighted on that excerpt of the historic district maps is our property. The park is located to our north. The W Hotel is in the green to our north. The Setai, as I said, is to our west and to our south. Next page, please. This, in a single shot, tells you what this application and what this ordinance is all about. The Seagull Hotel is 8 stories tall. The Setai Garage is 107 feet tall, and the tower is 400 feet tall. At the time that the Setai was built, that was a vacant site. Our property had views across their property out to the ocean, and they with the city's approval, built this truly monstrous building next to us And I don't mean that as a comment on the design. It's just an enormous building in terms of the context. It is built at an FAR of 4.24. And as I said, is 39 stories and almost 400 feet tall. The garage is taller than our building. This ordinance would allow us to seek approval from this board to add a single rooftop, to add a rooftop addition. There's a small portion that's 2 stories on the western edge. To add a next page. I'm going to try and see if I can show you quickly. So that's the existing hotel as it faces north. I'm going to go quickly here out of respect for time. Next slide. That's looking back from Collins Avenue toward the Setai in the foreground, our building on the left below, and the tower behind it. Next slide. This is our proposed project, including all of the additions. The rooftop addition, there is a southern addition, and there is an eastern addition. Next slide. Next slide. There's the rooftop addition and the eastern addition. Next slide. All of this will be coming back to you for full review and approval. This is the eastern side. You see the wing that extends out toward the ocean. Next slide. Shows the eastern addition, which sets back significantly from the historic facade. And that northern facade is very unusual. It's one of the only historic buildings that faces north. And that is really the historic, architecturally significant facade. Next slide. This shows, looking back, that's the W in the background, the Setai on the left side and behind. And this shows you our existing building. 56 of our rooms currently face directly into the Setai garage, which is 107 feet tall. Next slide. In order to respond to our context, we are seeking to build a southern addition, which will reorient those rooms to face east. Next slide. These are architectural models that show the project. Next slide, which will really give you the context. So what the ordinance will allow us to do, and the existing condition in blue is on the left top. The red is what we are removing to pull further away from the Setai Hotel. And then the top right and the bottom below show there is a single rooftop addition across the roof. There is a southern addition to allow us to reorient, and there's an eastern addition. All of that is necessary because we are converting this existing building, which has been much neglected, to the Bulgari Hotel Miami Beach, the first Bulgari hotel in the United States. Bulgari is an ultra-luxury brand. It is currently located in 6 locations around the world. This will be their first location in the United States, which is important to Miami Beach, and we believe is very important in terms of continuing the effort to elevate the guest experience and the cultural experiences on Miami Beach. Next slide. There is a small road vacation. We can come back to that. I can explain it if you wish, but I don't want to take time because it's not before you today. Next slide. Next slide. This shows you the FAR surrounding us. We're at 2. The oceanfront overlay limits us to 2. The Setai is 4.24. The W is 2.99. The Shore Club to our south is 3. The Shelburne is 3.2. We're tiny as compared to all of those other oceanfront properties in the immediate area. Next slide. This shows the condition at the time the Setai was approved. Completely vacant site next to our property. This one happens to be from 1986. It was still in that condition when the Setai was approved in 1999. Next slide. Next slide. This is the Setai garage. On the left, you see the southern facade where they spent a great deal of money with precast elements and other things to try to improve the view of the garage. On the right, you see the Setai garage that faces directly our project and the quality of the architecture that faces our project. Next slide. This is, again, just technical, shows the differences. Our highest architectural projection, if you approve our rooftop addition, will be 122 feet. The building, the Setai building, is 393 feet. with our rooftop will be 9 floors. There, 38 floors. I think I said 39 before. I apologize. Next slide. This, in a nutshell, shows you what this is allowing us to do. With our rooftop addition, our building height will be 105 feet. The height of the parapet of the garage from the Satai to the south is 107 feet. The ordinance that's before you will allow us to apply for these approvals. Next slide. There again, you see the project as we are proposing it, with the additions in context with the building that surrounds us. Next slide. Okay, that's the ordinance. So we are building, our southern addition, which we are building, is permitted by code today. It is permitted to be 8 stories today. This code amendment would allow us to ask permission to make it 9 stories if you approve the rooftop addition that we are seeking. Our eastern addition is actually permitted today at 5 stories. This ordinance will allow that to go up to 8 stories. We are not asking to exceed the height of the existing historic structure, so we respect the scale of that building. And the rooftop addition is a single floor above that. We ask that you recommend approval to the City Commission. We will be back to you to go through our project in detail with you when we seek the certificate of appropriateness for partial demolition and restoration. Next, go to the end slide. I think there are 2 or 3 slides, and it shows you that view. With that, I would ask if there are objectors that we have a chance to respond to them. Thank you for your time. We ask you to recommend approval to the City Commission of this ordinance that allows truly minimal changes to our building to respond to the physical context we find ourselves party to. And I actually would note one more thing. The law is very clear. And the case is referred to as Fontainebleau versus Eden Rock because those were the litigants. There is no legal right to light or air or view across another private property. It is a Florida Supreme Court case, a district case and Florida Supreme Court case from 1959. It is still good law. If there was a right to protect the view across private property, we certainly would have raised that issue when the Satai itself was built. I believe you may hear from the Satai that we're going to block some portion of their view. There is no legal right to a view across private property. With that, I will stop. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Carter. Debbie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Our next speaker is Kent Harrison Robbins.
Good morning. This is Ken Harrison Robbins. I represent the Dempsey.
Mr. Robbins, may I swear you in?
Excuse me?
May I swear you in?
I'm an attorney, so you don't have to.
Because you're providing factual inferences, do you mind if I swear you in?
For the limited purposes of this meeting, yes. I don't.
Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. I'm not testifying. I'm representing my client.
Mr. City Attorney, this is Carter McDowell. I actually wasn't sworn in. I'm happy to be sworn in.
Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I certainly do.
Thank you, Carter. You may proceed, Mr. Robbins.
Thank you. I'd like to go to slide 2. Hi, I represent the Dempsey Vanderbilt, which is at 2001 Collins Avenue. It was originally built in 1937, restored and replicated in 2004. And it's a designated contributing building in the Architectural Historic District. Go to slide 3, please. We are here to protect our existing and established view corridors. Those corridors are protected as a matter of right and under the law that's existing. We are not looking for a common law protection as referred to by Mr. Carter McDowell. We are referring to a right that's within our zoning ordinance and guaranteed by that ordinance. Would you go to slide 6, please? excuse me, I'm sorry, let's go back to, yes, slide 6. What is being proposed here, you can see where the Dempsey Vanderbilt is located currently. What is being proposed is a addition, ground level addition, immediately to the south of the Dempsey Vanderbilt. That ground level addition, which is proposed to be 107 feet, but more importantly, project directly into our existing and established view quarters. Would you please go back to 4, please? This is the view from units, essentially from the 3 and 4 line of units. From inside the view, they have huge picture windows on the east side of the building in order to have access to these views. The proposed addition would essentially block the view to the north of where that ship is right now, substantially impacting us. Please go to 5 and then to 6. So we are in the Dempsey Vanderbilt. 2 lines of our building, which we substantially restored, rebuilt, would be blocked, and that existing view would be blocked. And those were purchased with those views existing.
Excuse me, Mr. Robbins, a point of order. Isn't this so-called Dempsey Vanderbilt a part of the Satai Hotel?
Yes, it's 2 parts, but the Dempsey Vanderbilt is a separate and distinct building that was historically restored. And it's owned by a common owner, both the Satai and the Dempsey Vanderbilt. You're absolutely right.
Okay, thank you.
I'm representing the interests of the Dempsey Vanderbilt and their view corridor, and the individual unit owners and their interests on those lines. Please go to slide 7. Once again, this red building would then block the view. Let's go to slide 8. This is the proposed addition on the south side of the building, which will block the views of units 3, unit line 2, 3, unit line 3 and 4 of the Dempsey Vanderbilt. Please go to slide 9. This is the text that's being proposed, and we bring your attention to the bottom where it says, right now the current language says proposed additions shall not substantially reduce existing or established view corridors. This proposal would strike the word substantially reduced existing or established view corridors, and essentially would now allow the blocking of these established views. My clients purchased with the basis that they would have those views, and the ordinance guaranteed it. We'd be removing that. So we are not opposing the rest of this ordinance. We're not proposing the height increases as to the rooftop addition. We're not opposing that. What we are opposing is the removal of the language substantially reducing existing or established view corridors. We are asking you to keep language in there, and then you can then modify whatever is necessary within the proposed project to allow minimal impacting our view corridors. But to substantially reduce existing or established view doors would take away a vested right, which I am retained to preserve in whatever means necessary to do so. So I'd ask you to slightly modify what's being proposed by Carter McDowell and the Bulgari. Otherwise, we are supportive of this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Debbie?
Sorry, I was muted. Our next speaker is Daniel Seraldo.
Yes, I guess I have to be sworn in too.
Yes, Daniel, may I swear you in again?
Yes.
Do you swear that all the testimony that you provide in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Thank you. Daniel Seraldo on behalf of Miami Design Preservation League. We had a presentation, our advocacy committee, with Mr. McDowell last week. And based on what we saw there, we're generally supportive of the zoning proposal as it relates to a small height increase to allow a rooftop addition. We do think the overall contextuality and compatibility of the design proposed within the historic district obviously needs to be explored further, and that's something that will happen during the design review process. at the Historic Preservation Board. Unfortunately, the adjacent Setai high-rise is overwhelming to the historic Seagull property. And, we always like to talk about good neighbor architecture, but whenever that got approved, it obviously did not follow that. And I understand that after the Setai high-rise was approved, that there was a subsequent downzoning so that that could not happen again. Obviously, we have a general concern about the vacation of public property, but we believe it should be measured on a case-by-case basis. Given the situation of this property and being overwhelmed by its next-door neighbor, as well as the proposed plans for the revitalization of this MIMO landmark, we are generally supportive of the zoning proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Debbie?
Mr. Chair, I see Mr. Robbins and Mr. McDowell both have their hands up. They've already spoken. It's up to you if you would like to hear again, or if you would like to close the public comment and discuss it amongst yourselves. I know we are losing board member Lopez, who does have to leave. I don't know if we want to hear just a couple quick comments from him.
Quick comments. Yes, please.
Yeah, sorry, I have to get going. I guess my question would be, why do we have to change the ordinance rather than just pursue pursue variances? That's one question. In general, the project looks very good and very approvable. So I would encourage the applicant to proceed one way or the other.
Mr. Chair, there's
thank you, Mr. Lopez. I would just like to respond to your question. You are able to request certain variances. However, with regard to height, the maximum height variance that can be requested is 3 feet. So since both of these text amendments deal with height, that is the reason variances would not be eligible.
Can Rick's comment be construed as a vote to recommend this?
I think we understand his posture and his support, but if he's not here for the official vote, it would not be recorded.
But do you have enough people to make a vote?
Yes. Yes, we do.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Enjoy the rest of your day. Bye. Mr. Chair, I do not see any other members of the public wishing to speak, so.
The public comment is closed. Board discussion. Who wants to go first?
Oh, I would love to go first.
Nancy.
I'd love to go first.
You
This is a complete turnaround from the last project. I think that we owe whatever we have to do to this project based on the fact that it has been smothered. If you have not been, by the way, and I will say, I went to see the project. So I felt like I was smothering where that hulk of a building was built. It was built before the Historic Preservation board was able to, it was before, it was not in a historic district up until much more recently. So I felt that this project deserved something because it has been surrounded so terribly without any concern. And the project is going to be a great project. I don't know anything about these passages that Kent is trying to explain, but if people were able to live with the Setai and its bulk, I don't know what the problem is here with what he's trying to explain. Maybe he should explain it better. The project is great. The whole idea of it is fine. And it's the reason that I asked what I asked before, that every time there's going to be a change for the betterment of a project, that we have to go into this long-winded discussion of what is going to affect it all around town, I just think that that's excessive. Not that we can do anything about it now, but I think in the future it's something that we should think about and maybe talk about, because otherwise things like what happened with the Raleigh, things that have happened with other buildings where the text changes are making a big difference in the community. So I think that's all I want to say now. I think the project is great, and I think everybody should take a good look at what it looks like surrounded by that 400-story project that's surrounded and smothering it.
Thank you.
By the way, he didn't say, Carter didn't say it, but what their plan is to change the way the windows face so they don't have to face the big garages and everything that the Satai has put upon them. So I'm sure he'll explain that too.
Thank you, Nancy. How about Kirk?
Thank you. So I appreciate that. I mean, we've had these sort of presentations come before us, and I appreciate that we do have some massing studies to look at. I have some serious concerns, though, and I first want to say that I'm very supportive of this project. I'm very excited to see the Siegel get renovated and repurposed, and I can't overstate that. At the same time, I mean, with respect to my job here on this board, we're looking at right now putting a seal of recommendation on basically shielding the east-facing facade of that building. And I just happen to know that those, the diagonal zigzagging balconies, the way the walls are articulated, it's a distinguishing feature of that building. And I think it's really puts me in a very uncomfortable position to basically, at this point, inferring an approval to shield the east-facing facade without, we haven't seen a historic designation report. We haven't seen, actual plans. And when you're approving or inferring an approval of a ground level addition, particularly on this property, it can't go to the north, can't go to the south, it can't go to the east. It can't go to the west. It's going to have to go to the east. So I think it's a really strange position to be put in that, again, without any real analysis, that by putting our mark of approval on this, that basically we're overriding our capability of I know it comes back to us, but will have recommended a ground level addition, which by nature would need to conceal the east-facing facade. One. Second point, the vacation of streets. I know that's controversial to a lot of people because generally FAR increase requires voter approval. I know there's been a lot of controversy from certain groups in the city that this is a workaround to circumvent the voters' discretion to approve massing increases. And I absolutely respect that it is the commission's discretion to do so. What I question is if it's the HPB's proper role to be recommending that they do so, particularly with regard to those individuals that feel like that vacating roadways as a means to increase FAR is vacating their powers as voters and citizens. Last thing I want to say in terms of offering incentives for this project, again, I'm really, really excited to see a way forward with this. I'm also extremely cognizant, who wouldn't be, of the conditions of this property being next to the Satai, W to the north. I get it. And in that regard, from a general standpoint, I would be 100% supportive of increasing height. I think that's what they have as an option here. I just don't agree with what I just said, without proper process that I would generally expect going through the HPB. Thank you.
Thank you. Max?
Thanks. Yeah, Sargis, I appreciate this item getting sent to us for our feedback and maybe a version of what Kirk was just describing. I hope our input is distilled into a simple up or down. I think there's a lot of nuance to explore here, and hopefully some of that ends up coming through. I appreciate the clarification on what the advantages are to pursuing this change through ordinance rather than variance. I had that same question, so I appreciate that clarification. The staff report for this, or the materials that we received, referred to a proffer. I'm curious to hear what those are. I think it's relevant to our thinking about what's happening here. I'm also going to do my best. My thoughts are somewhat scattered on this. I'm going to try to be coherent on it, but the proffer is part of it. I think that height concerns they become a shorthand for compatibility concerns. So I'm not against height in the abstract, and I don't want to bury the lead on this. I'm inclined to support this item in this instance. Overall, I think height is extremely valuable, and it provides a concentrated individual financial benefit when we give increased height to a property at the collective expense of the community. So there needs to be a commensurate public benefit associated with it. That's where my thinking on the proffer comes from. To the point about aligning the rooftop allowances with what's happening in the Morris Lapidus district, not that we wouldn't want to allow it here, but I'm a bit skeptical about that as a rationale, just to the extent that our justification matters for these decisions. I think it should be for its appropriateness in its own right, but the different districts have different character, different sensibilities, or requirements around them. So I wouldn't want to say just because it's something that we allow up the street in a different district that we should entertain it here. I think it needs to stand on its own merit. And I think this was addressed in the presentation, but just wanted to clarify those cleanup aspects of the ordinance, the strike through, like removing the requirement for the hotel use, prohibiting commercial use. Are these cleanups, or are these something specific to what's intended here?
I can speak to that. Those are cleanups because those were introduced into the regulations for another project.
Okay.
So that project is not moving forward. So instead of continuously layering these code provisions that are obsolete, we wanted to remove them.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that. So yeah, in summary, generally supportive, but if we could get an answer on the proffer, I would be interested to hear that.
Okay, thank you, Max. Laura?
I'll keep it brief. Generally very supportive. I think this project, would be a great benefit to the city. And, I am a little concerned just how this would play out in the future for just height in general. But I think in this instance, definitely supportive.
Thank you. I am completely 100% behind this project. I think it's one of the most creative proposals I've seen in my 5.5 years here. I think it has all the bells and the whistles of great success. It respects the historic facade, which is the main feature of the Seagull. It blends modern architecture with it beautifully. It enables the entire property that the Bulgaria is going to own to be have a view of the ocean and capitalize on that view. the building has suffered for years and years because of staring at a 11-story blank wall, which must be a horrible experience for anybody in that back part of the building. And I think, speaking about history here, we've approved the luxury brand for the Raleigh. We've approved it for the Versailles. This is another example, bringing Bulgari here, that is a world famous brand. We should almost bend over backwards and enjoy that someone wants to invest that kind of money here, and it will be another big plus for our economy, and at a minimum amount of development, which thrills me no end. It just does everything, and I just couldn't be happier with the proposal as it stands. Thank you. Debbie? Oh, sorry, Barry?
Yeah, I'm not a whole 100% behind it. I've said before, the city's made mistakes, and two wrongs don't make a right. I'm very concerned when I see us, scratching out substantially reduced existing or established view corridors. I am in favor of the height. And I'm sorry, I meant to ask prior, Jack, you had a point of information or clarity in the beginning asking about the ownership of the Dempsey. Is it the same owners? Is it a separate entity? What is the situation there with the Satai and the Dempsey? I didn't understand that when the question was asked.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I'm happy to clarify.
Sure.
There is a single condominium that covers the Satai Tower and the building that Kent has referred to as the Dempsey Vanderbilt.
Okay, it's all one.
It's all one piece of property. There are condominium owners that own units, but it's a single property with a single tax folio number.
Thank you. Lawyers can never just say they got to use more words than they have to. I am not in favor of grouping FAR, selling streets to increase FAR.
Not selling.
I'm sorry? Not selling?
It's not selling.
Okay, it's a giveaway?
No. Let them explain. You want me to talk about it?
Yeah, I'd like to understand.
Mr. Chair, I'm happy to.
Yeah, he can, but I can certainly do it too. It's not.
I'm happy to. If I may, I'm happy to explain.
Please do.
With a caveat that the roadway vacation that is part of the overall project is not before this board. I'm happy to explain. We have requested that the City Commission consider vacating the southern half of its easement over the southern half of the 21st Street right-of-way in front of our property. It is an arcane aspect of the law, but in fact, this property owns the fee simple title to that half of the roadway today. It is subject to an exclusive easement that was granted by plat that allows the public and the city to travel over that portion of the property that is owned by my client as the adjoining property owner. The alley vacation process allows and requests that the city vacate its exclusive easement, and in return for receiving a direct easement by instrument from my client. So it will never change from an operational standpoint from the public. It will allow that portion of land that we already own to be included in our lot size, and that will allow us to have 13,000 square feet, more or less, of additional floor area, but it does not change the FAR. And in the public benefit that we are offering, which is referred to earlier in the proffer, the city appraised the value of the release of that easement at $7.4 million. Our appraisal put the value at $5 million. we have agreed with the city that we will contribute $7.4 million to the city for the city to use for whatever public purpose it desires, hopefully some improvements in the immediate area, but that will be decided solely by the city commission. And in addition to that, we have agreed to take on the cost of maintenance of the section of 21st Street and, in fact, the landscape that surrounds our property that is currently paid for by the taxpayers. We will be substantially upgrading it after our construction is finished, and we will absorb the cost of perpetual maintenance of those areas. That is the proffer. It's related to the roadway vacation. It is not related to the ordinance that's before you. The ordinance before you simply allows us to come back to the Historic Preservation Board and ask you to approve our project as designed. You are not required in any way, shape, or form to approve the project. Your vote to recommend approval of the ordinance does not require you to approve our project. That will be a future hearing before this board in accordance with the certificate of appropriateness criteria, and we will go forward together, hopefully. I think once you have a chance to understand the project completely, you will hopefully vote in favor of it, but we will see that in a future setting where you have full responsibility and leeway to approve or not as you go forward. We look forward to working with the city as we have already, and I apologize for taking the time, but I think that answers two different questions from different board members. And it does not, by the way, in terms of the Eastern Edition, we are permitted a 5-story Eastern Edition now, but we look forward to working with you. We hope the board will, once you understand and get a full architectural presentation of the project, support our project as we go forward. Thank you for the time. Happy to answer further questions.
Debbie?
Yes, Mr. Chair. So if the board has no more questions, I think anyone could propose a motion to make a recommendation. If you desire, you're not required to make a recommendation, regardless of your action today. These text amendments will now go to the planning board, and then they will move on to the city commission. So it's solely up to you in your advisory capacity if you would like to issue a recommendation.
And I have to ask, see, again, this is being whipped forward by a text amendment. I would like to hear from, I don't know if the attorney can answer that. Why must there be a text amendment to do something if the board and the commission and everybody want to see this happen?
So I can answer that. The text amendment is regarding the height, because the current regulations allow for a building addition basically at the center of the property that would match the existing height, or an eastern addition that would not exceed 50 feet. That's the only way for them to propose to come to you with a taller building is a text amendment. And the same thing with the rooftop additions. Currently, rooftop additions are prohibited, which means a variance cannot be requested. So that's it. You know, the project that they have developed is in order for that to even come before the board, for you to discuss, they need the text amendment. It wouldn't be possible without those text amendments. Number one, for the ground level addition, and then number two, to allow rooftop addition.
So the text amendment, excuse me, can I just ask it a different way? The text amendment, there's no way for that text amendment to be put upon any other project, from what I understand. It's only for this project. So what is the purpose of the text amendment? Only because it's been written?
Because the property currently has different regulations. The property currently cannot put a rooftop addition on. So the text amendment, the way it's written, is for the non-oceanfront, for the oceanfront RM3 properties in the architectural district.
Now, I'm not questioning this because I do support this project. If you go stand there and look at it, instead of just talking about it on paper, you have to see it. How insane it is that tall building was allowed. It kind of shows what happens when there's no historic preservation in that area. But if that's the way it has to be, fine, it has to be. I think it's just a hindrance for a lot of things. And maybe in the future, it can be looked at again.
Thank you, Nancy. Debbie, can we make a motion to recommend this to the commission?
Yes.
I'll make the motion.
I second it.
Okay, and that is to recommend that the Mayor and Commission adopt the proposed text amendments. Correct, Ms. Liebman?
Yes.
Okay, and Mr. Finglas, you had seconded?
Yes.
All those in favor?
You're calling names?
I'm not going to call. This is just an informal recommendation.
Okay.
All those opposed? Mr. Pascal and Mr. Klein opposed. So it is, 4-2 in favor. And we will transmit that to the commission as your recommendation.
Mr. Chair and Board, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Carter.
Okay, so we only have discussion items remaining. The Palm View Neighborhood Study, I should have announced this at the beginning, but that has, the Palm View Neighborhood Association has requested that be brought back to you at the May meeting. They are still working on reviewing the report internally, so that we are going to hear at the May meeting. And Mr. Finglas, the next discussion item was put on at the request by yourself at the last meeting, and the board wanted us to bring that back for further discussion. And that is what I understood was a process for the survey of single-family properties within the city.
Correct. Thank you, Debbie. This is something which many people have mentioned to me over the last few months. It primarily has to do with the quite sudden upsurge in sale of major properties in Miami Beach, many of them on the water, many of them not on the water, but basically large properties for large sums of money. And but it affects other properties as well. I know I have a small 2,800 square foot house, for example, on the dry side, and I've had people come knock on my door, call me unsolicited calls, and notices put in my box for everybody under the sun to come by my house, which would probably mean that it would be bulldozed and a much larger Lego box, glass and concrete box would be built here. I'm opposed to that and have for several years seriously considered certifying my house, or trying to have my house certified as historic. So I come at this from the point of view of trying to educate the public as to the importance of preserving these properties, building possibly additions as opposed to demolitions, or restoration of the property, trying to educate the properties to the public as to the benefits, both tax-wise and prestige-wise, of owning an important historic property here in Miami Beach, as opposed to someone from out of town who may not appreciate what we have coming in and just tearing it down because certain architects and or developers have said that is the way to go. I've asked Debbie to distribute to you 4 documents, which are the basis, I guess, for the case I'm trying to make, to start with our partners, the Miami Design Preservation League, Miami Heritage Trust and others to get this ball rolling, to try to educate the public and new owners and save as many properties as we can. Kind of an offshoot from 6 years ago, the effort that was made with the Blue Signs to Save Our Homes campaign, except this is a much bigger proposal. What we're trying to do is to possibly privately fund a survey of historic homes in Miami Beach on the water, let's say 50 or 100 of them, depending on what we can do, to try to have a database to show us what is important and to have a database to try to convince people to certify their houses. And the basis for this is something which I never knew until it was brought to my attention by MDPL. There are two city resolutions, one from 2013 and the other one, Daniel, if you're on the line, if you can chime in, I don't know the date of it, but the first one signed by William Carey, the former assistant director for planning, says at the bottom of the resolution, which you have in your packages, therefore, it is resolved that the Historic Preservation Board urges the Mayor and City Commission to consider adopting a demolition ordinance for single-family residences as similar as possible to the City of Coral Gables ordinance, which requires review of total demolition requests for any structure 50 years of age or older by the city's Historic Preservation Officer in order to determine if the structure should be brought to the Historic Preservation Board for historic designation consideration. This is very important because there are many examples around of cities and jurisdictions which have resolutions that have these teeth in them, and we would hope that we could revive this resolution of 2013 to encourage the city to go down this path. In the past, many times, these efforts have been blocked by certain realtors and certain developers, but I think the tide has turned, and I've been contacted by several people on both sides of this discussion saying they are willing to try to come to some solution to this problem so we don't lose many more of these buildings. The second document is in the package is a report from the City of Coral Gables, which they did on a very small residence on Segovia Circle in Coral Gables. And I chose it basically to show that the extent that Coral Gables goes to, even for a small, relatively insignificant residence, to document it and to use it for certification and designation, to protect it. The next one, number 3 in the package, was a beautiful report prepared by MDPL. Daniel, are you on the line? Daniel? I guess not. It doesn't matter. Number 3 report was prepared by MDPL for presentation to the New York refugee owner of 1753 Northview Drive, Sunset Island, number 1, Miami Beach. It's quite a spectacular document, and it's prepared privately by MDPL, didn't cost the city anything, to try to convince the new owner of the property to save it from demolition. The house is one of the most important major works by renowned architect Carlos Schopel, built in 1937, and it's a waterfront property on Sunset Island. The owner is represented by a local attorney and a local architect known for his modern design work, not for historic preservation. Daniel has met with them and tried to convince them of the importance of this house, which is really spectacular. And I guess the question we have here today is, what can we as Historic Preservation Board in Miami Beach, what can we do to ensure that houses of this importance can be saved? The answer that we get from our own city government is basically not much unless it's certified. We need to do a survey of these places so we have documentation to give to an owner to show them how important it is from NDPL and from our Historic Preservation Board to try to urge them, not just by words alone, but by concrete deeds on paper, to try to convince them to keep the properties. We have on document number 4, which is very important, it's very telling. We need to also convince the city to get the Design Review Board not to be able or have them recommend that a demolition be stopped as opposed to having no power to do really anything. On page 6 of the staff analysis, the design review says, the applicant is proposing to construct a new 2-story residence on 2 unified pie-shaped waterfront parcels, which will replace 2 existing pre-1942 architecturally significant homes. And then it says, quote, in conclusion, staff recommends that they approve the project approve the demolition as proposed. This process of the DRB obviously makes no sense at all from the historic preservation point of view. The city should require that all older properties, 50 years or older, the moving national standard, be brought before the HPB for review, not just the Design Review Board. The continuation of this bizarre city review process will condemn much of our historic single-family homes patrimony to the scrap heap without even an architectural record. This policy needs to be revised by the City Commission with guidance from the HPB and MDPL. A waterfront survey of the most important 100 single-family residences will be an important first step to ensure proper documentation of these residences. We must work with the planning department, the MDPL, the Miami-Dade Heritage Trust, which has expressed interest in this project, to bring this issue to the commissioners. This is what I propose. I'm not sure how to move further with it, but it won't go anywhere at all without the backing of the members of the HPB. So I bring this to you. I sent the documents to you. If a little city of Coral Gables can do this and still have economic development and still have the respect of the realtors and the developers, why can't we? This is long overdue, and it will be funded by so-called private donations at first, and perhaps we can convince the city to sponsor this work and maybe at some point contribute toward it. This is economic development. This is saving major buildings on the waterfront. This is why people come to see our brand. And we can't let people from the outside with unlimited money come in here and bulldoze everything just because they have the power and the money to do so. This is our home, and we need to protect it. And that's all about it. Daniel. Welcome.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Chair Finglass and members of the board. I think you were really spot on. And for the members of the public listening, please make sure to check out the agenda packet and the attachments. I think we were all sort of blown away to see what Coral Gables came up with in their review of a pretty simple 1-story home, a multi-page document about it, whereas with 1753 Northview Drive, the city of Miami Beach, maybe 1 or 2 sentences talking about what was there before for what is a truly, nationally significant home. So we wanted to reiterate our longstanding position that single-family homes within Miami Beach continue to be at risk of demolition. The alarming spike in recent demolition requests related to a flight of capital from north to south is once again putting our built heritage at risk of speculator-driven demolition. MDPL continues to support the adoption of the Coral Gables demolition review process for buildings located outside of historic districts that are more than 50 years old. In addition, we believe a demolition fee per square foot should be explored on homes that are allowed to be demolished, and such a fee could be put into an account at the city that may be used for the surveying of historic properties and ongoing preservation efforts in the future. The Historic Preservation Board should continue to focus on this issue, starting with you all encouraging a survey effort of architecturally significant waterfront homes. We as MDPL are committed to helping with the survey process. We understand in the past the city has had issues of allocating any budget to that, so we figured we may as well just help cover that so we could finally get this moving forward. And the last thing I wanted to mention is that we have a lot of realtors coming to us now and saying that they want the list. They want to know which are the properties that are significant, you know, because it's just not even available. So no matter what your thought is on preservation of single family homes, I think we could all agree that we need a survey. We need to start analyzing this. You know, we should have done it, yes, 20 years ago, but here we are, and there's no better time than now to get started. So thank you again for your attention to this.
And Daniel, do you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you gave in this proceeding was the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
So, fellow board members, we've had our say, and we would like you to support us in this effort. So I open the floor for some discussion.
Mr. Chair, we also have a few other members of the public wishing to speak. Would you like to hear from them now?
Certainly. Always happy to hear members of the public.
Our first speaker is Mr. Kent Harrison Robbins. Kent, are you wishing to speak on this discussion, or do you have your hand up from the last item? I'm not sure if Mr. Robbins is here for this, but we do have David McKinney next, and we can always circle back with Mr. Robbins. Mr. McKinney? Mr. McKinney, are you here to speak on this single-family discussion? If you are, you can unmute yourself. Okay, Mr. Chair, Mr. McKinney?
Do you hear me now?
Yes, we hear you now.
Okay, sorry. I'm David McKinney.
You swear under oath that any and all testimony that you're giving this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
I'm David McKinney. I'm an architectural historian. I live on Meridian Avenue. I just want to urge the city to undertake a survey of these single-family residences. We're not just talking about saving individual houses, but preserving the nation's architectural history. For this, I would first refer you to one of the board's MA thesis, Laura's MA thesis, in which she mentions, or she makes the point, that Miami Beach is a progression of American architectural history from the 1930s. I would add that the single-family house is a critical and neglected part of the city's history and American architectural history. As the Miami Herald said in 1933, the single-family house there led to a revival of building in Miami Beach following the hurricane and the onset of the Great Depression. But this was not just a building boom. Miami Beach's residences were changing the way that houses were designed across the nation. In 1933, the World's Fair featured the Florida House by Robert Lowell Weed. That was based on Miami design. But more importantly, if you will indulge me, let me read you what the editor of An Architect Journal said in 1935. No precisely definite written definition of American architecture has so far come to our attention. But in Miami Beach, architects are cleverly expressing the phrase in terms of building design. To prove the point, we have included 5 Miami Beach houses. None are wholly traditional or entirely modern. Each contains elements cherished by both schools. Both are well adapted to conditions of site and use that combination to assume characteristics of American idiom in design. To clarify, we need to identify these buildings and preserve these buildings, first by survey, then by adopting a demolition review for all buildings over 50 years old. The preservation of buildings in Miami Beach should be based on their merit and not limited to their location in the city. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Debbie, anyone else?
Mr. Chair, we have Jeff Burkow.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm Jeff Burkow. I live at 590 Lakeview Drive. I own a pre-1942 waterfront home. I don't know if it's a top 100, but it's my home and I don't want it designated. Mr. Chair, that's what you're talking about. It's thinly disguised, but you're talking about a designation process. Like many Miami Beach residents, my home represents my single biggest investment and a major portion of our nest egg. The proposed designation process will reduce my property value, the property values of others, and decrease the tax values for the city. Historic preservationists do not speak for all homeowners. As an example, last week at the DRB, the Sunset Island home that you were speaking about, 1753 Northview Drive, that MDPL called an architectural masterpiece, that was supported by neighboring property owners, and a grand total of 2 objectors spoke at the hearing. Although today's discussion item is currently limited to pre-42 waterfront homes, obviously the next step will be all pre-42 homes. Most Miami Beach residents are not aware that their property values are under attack. This preservation effort will have dire consequences. Most of these older homes are below current base flood elevation and don't comply with the city's new sustainability and resiliency standards. The city's planning to raise roads, harden infrastructure, and seawalls now have to be built to increased heights. Preserving these older homes is inconsistent with those sustainability and resiliency efforts. But the replacement homes will be built at today's standards at higher elevations, including the 5-foot freeboard encouraged by code, consistent with sustainability and resiliency. Finally, in this pandemic economy, the city does not have the resources to conduct this study. I urge you all to vote no on this proposition. Thank you.
Thank you for your most incorrect assessment, but thank you. Moving right along, Debbie.
So we have Mr. Kent Harrison Robbins. Kent, are you here to speak on this item? If you are, you can unmute yourself. Okay, well, we're not hearing from Mr. Robbins. That may have been a carryover. The other public comment I see is from Daniel Seraldo. Daniel, are you wishing to speak again, or did you forget to take your hand down?
Yes, if I could just for a minute. Obviously, Mr. Burkow, he's made his thoughts known, not just today, but in prior years when he was a leader, against the surveying efforts. But I think that no matter what you feel about single-family homes, I think the most important thing for this board is to kind of know what's out there, right? And so that's what we're looking at this point. And then those other discussions and concerns can be vetted through different neighborhoods. But, we kind of just want to get the survey process done and know what's before us. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Okay, anyone else, Debbie?
I do not see anyone else, no.
So we'll close public comment. Back to the board. Anyone have any thoughts? No thoughts?
I have thoughts. I think the a survey is necessary to understand. We need to baseline what do we have. What's going on out there. If I can offer a recommendation for what could be included in the assessment, the sample that we have didn't really speak to the sea level rise or resilience component. If that's something that we can incorporate into the assessment, if we have qualified resources that in addition to the architectural and historical survey component, having it's a great opportunity to also capture what are the vulnerabilities or the opportunities that are on these sites, as well as the city is getting more formalized in what are the tools that we have, thinking like buoyant cities, but what sorts of incentives we might want to think about for these homes.
Right.
Nancy, could you mute yourself, please?
That's okay. And I want to tread carefully on this too. I know it's tricky when as we heard in public comment, when you are talking about people's homes, it's very personal. I think we also need to recognize that the city where we live has a commitment to preservation, though it's part of our identity, and it confers a public benefit that we receive as well. So, the incentive strategies, I think, need to, as we're thinking about understanding what we have, thinking ahead too as well, and what are the implications of what we're trying to accomplish. I've said before, the assumption of an inherently antagonistic, posture between preservation and resilience, I don't think does us any favors. It underplays our ingenuity and creativity that we can bring for identifying and implementing solutions to preserve the characteristics of our city that that make us who we are, but also being realistic and practical and forward thinking. And just as we're thinking about the resources to, who would be going about the surveying, I think, if we're able to bring external resources, I don't know if I would use the pandemic as a reason not to do it. There's always going to be a financial pressure and a reason why it'll be difficult. We do have to respect limitations of city staff and availability, but I remember when we sort of previewed this, and last month, I think Rick might have mentioned too, we might be able to get university partners, others that can contribute.
Being privately done by university students who are trained with private money. So it doesn't affect the city's budget in any way during the pandemic or anything else.
Yeah, I think that's an essential component. Those are my thoughts.
Okay, who else? Barry.
I am sorry. I was out of the loop for a bit.
Okay. Okay. Kirk.
No, I'm supportive. I mean, I think we have a great wealth of architecture and historical allure in Miami Beach. I think the single-family homes are certainly an important part of that. I agree with what Max said as well. I think in terms of, looking at comprehensive approaches to try to evaluate what we have and try to find solutions. I don't think, I think incentives could be a part of that discussion. Certainly having knowledge of what resources we have available in terms of contributing historically significant homes. I think that's a great start. Next steps in terms of mechanisms and how that can be done. It's a question that's in my head because I know there's been a lot of angst over a lot of great homes that have been lost. I'm interested to find what the way forward is on that, but I think this is a great first step. I appreciate your pushing on it, Jack. I know you've been a champion of this, and hopefully we're able to get some traction and find a way forward that everyone can support.
Thank you. Who else would like to comment?
Well, I will if I have an opportunity, because I'm sorry, I didn't know where we were. I had to jump off for a second. I'm also I'm endorsing your recommendation. I have been spending a lot of time. I've been talking to people out of state about the loss of scale, context, character of where I grew up, and we have a lot of factors hitting at it from all sorts of directions, whether they're economic or environmental. And I think that we need to look at what we have very seriously. And I would like to see, as I mentioned at the last meeting when you mentioned this, I would like to see an architectural survey of all the houses pre-1942 or whatever date on Miami Beach.
Thank you.
I think we need a starting point.
Thank you. Nancy? You're muted, dear. Nancy, unmute yourself.
Okay, good.
Now I can hear you.
Okay. Now, I just want to add my support for this, Jack. I think that you're doing a good job moving this along, you and Daniel. I think it is vitally important because the longer we go, the more we're going to begin losing important buildings, and we will see things that we haven't liked even today in certain buildings. I hope that, I know it's going to be an adventure to do it because there are going to be the naysayers who don't believe in preservation, but I think that as time goes on and we educate the public on what it is, Miami Beach is a great place that has shown what preservation can do. So I don't see why we can't continue. And I truly support it. I think it's a good job that you did bringing it forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy, for everything you do to bring good things forward.
I'm tired.
Anybody else want to? Okay, well, Laura?
Yeah, I'm definitely supportive of the surveying effort. And I think, the point about sustainability and how that feeds into and contributes positively from a historic preservation lens really shouldn't be lost, especially as Miami Beach, is going to be a leader in sustainability and resiliency. Taking into account the embodied energy of existing buildings, not just single-family homes, but all buildings in Miami Beach. I really think it's a practical pathway to further look into. But I do agree we need incentives, particularly for single-family homeowners who wish to preserve their property, because in the realm of resiliency and updated building codes, it is a very expensive endeavor. But I'm definitely supportive of a surveying effort.
Okay, thank you. Debbie, can we make a motion for the commission?
Yes. So you can make any recommendations to the mayor and city commission, and we can transmit that via letter to commission.
Daniel, we have to have your...
Okay, no, I appreciate it, but I don't know if it's my position to make a motion.
I wanted to have your input before I try to make a motion.
Well, it's up to this board if it wants to do that now or if it wants to continue keeping it here at HP. It's up to you all. I don't know if that's helpful, but...
Okay, what would you think, Deb?
Is that a question for me, Jack?
Yes.
I heard a few different things. I heard a survey of all pre-42. I heard a survey of all single family. Mr. Chair, I think you had recommended something about a 100% privately funded survey effort. So I think if the board has a strong feeling or wants to issue any type of recommendation, it should be, you know, consistent with what you would be asking the city to do. So if there's a 100% privately funded private endeavor for any group to start surveying single family homes within Miami Beach, that's really not under the purview of the city. If you wanted the city to endorse it or contribute to that effort, then, you know, that would be in the purview of the city. It may also require the allocation of resources. If you wanted the city to start the process or explore a process of a survey, that would clearly require a significant amount of city resources. The city commission would need to agree to the policy of that type of project. So you can make a very general recommendation, or you could make something more specific.
Okay.
But it's really, again, I second Daniel's comment. It's really up to this board. Whatever this board's direction, you know, what you would like to see.
You always verbalize things better than the rest of us, but I think the point of it would be for the city to be informed and ask for the endorsement to do a survey of waterfront. Let's start with waterfront homes, be privately funded for the purposes of advancing historic preservation in the city.
May I ask why you limit to waterfront?
Right. Good question.
Okay, well, I wasn't for that at first, but those are usually the most threatened at the moment.
Right. Well,
and there may be the least amount of knowledge about them. And if you attended Arthur Marcus's lecture during the MDPL January event, his lecture was on Miami Beach's waterfront architecture, which is very interesting because the street facades of many buildings and the waterfront facades of many buildings are, in some cases, are the same. Some cases are very, very different, and both very interesting. And no lecture had been given recently about the waterfront aspects, because in many cases, from William Fisher on, the main entrance to many of these houses was from the water.
Yeah.
That was the reason why we thought about waterfront.
I'm gonna be finished pretty soon. Oh, sorry, I'm muting myself.
Okay.
Well, I'd like to see the city endorse. I don't know if they would with any money, but I would like to see the city endorse an architectural survey of all houses on Miami Beach of a certain date of birth, shall we say, and whether they I would like to see them, and I don't know how to put this, to help fund such a study that is either done from the private or educational institutions.
Right, we could do a private-public partnership.
Right.
Okay. Yes, Max.
Just as a part of the thinking on this, like with the output of this survey, with the results that come out of it, is there anything that we should be considering with like the usability? You know, how we go about what we're talking about now that it's something, if it's for the city's use, you know, in for a particular, you know, preservation objective with it, or maybe put the question that I'm trying to formulate, I guess, is, you know, do we have to give any consideration now to what, you know, like, what the output how it will be used, and if there are any factors with, you know, if it's 100% privately produced, is that acceptable, you know, to use for informational purposes or, you know, any decision making afterward?
I would think it would be.
I don't know why it wouldn't be.
Okay.
We use books.
I mean, I think that's a good question. that board member Lit brings up. You know, private institutions are not. There's nothing the city would do to stop a private educational institution or a not-for-profit for performing an architectural survey.
Okay, well, that's the
But
way-
but I think what Mr. Klein was saying is, you know, maybe the city could partner. So if the city is partnering with an organization, there's some indication that the city may then be able to either use that information or, you know, create a database that's within the city. Now, the city would need to then support, you know, make a formal decision to support such an effort. And regardless, the city, if it's going to be something that the city is going to use as a work product, the city would need to contribute some amount of resources, even if it was just staff resources, because I wouldn't accept a document to use without reviewing that document in full detail, in depth. So there would be some amount of resources required, whether that's a funding resource or a staff resource.
Let's leave it as staff resource for now, because I don't want the city.
And it might be both, right? I mean, I think generally that it would be city resources would be allocated to a endeavor.
I don't think we want to ask for city money. I don't want to have that used as an excuse to nix it. Nancy?
Well,
yes. I just want to say that in the past, we have had surveys done by the University of Miami, and there are other educational places where people are training in preservation issues. And I think that would be the better place to go. I agree with Barry that
Yes.
don't go for the city with the money because you'll never get anything done.
It's completely private with well-trained college students. That's where it is.
Okay.
So let me make a motion not to take any more time. Let me make a motion to inform the city that we are proposing to do a private survey of historic single-family residences in Miami Beach, concentrating on waterfront properties in order to assist the city and private organizations with a knowledge base for future use in determining issues related to historic preservation.
Mr. Chair, when you say we, could you clarify who we is? We are.
We might be MDPL, another partner, whatever. If the we is a private entity, I can't right now tell you who that we may be, but it won't be the city. We're not asking them for any money. We're asking them for support in the endeavor, and they can use the knowledge. They can have a database. You can review it. You can do whatever you want with it. But at least we're getting the ball rolling. And what may develop in the future, it may be expanded. They may like it and offer funding. I don't know what the future holds, but we don't want to burden them in this day of COVID and economic problems at the present time.
Okay, so you're just urging the mayor and city commission to support the endeavor of a private institution to do such. Okay.
Can I ask one question, Mr.
Sure.
Chair? So the city has an existing digital archive, correct?
For our local historic districts, yes, we do.
And so I'm wondering, what if there was just a connection with down the road with the hope of being able to host this sort of inventory on the digital archive, which really wouldn't require much from the city, right? But it would be.
That's not true. If you think about it, the total number of all buildings in all 14 of our local historic districts is about 2,600. If you double that, over 5,000, that's the inventory of single-family homes. So we are talking about a pretty massive endeavor. Now, if you limit that to waterfront homes only, then the number gets smaller. But, you know, you think about doubling the historic district buildings as just single families in areas of the city that they have taken us, 20, 30 years to designate over time. It's a large project.
I think I was just trying to get a sense of at least a end post, like a goal post somewhere along the way.
100 to begin with.
And it also seemed like the digital archive, I believe it's already a partnership, right, with MDPL and
the digital archive that the city hosts is 100% city and city resources. I know MDPL has done survey. I know they're continuing to do survey work, which is great, of the architectural district, and they do have a digital archive, but we have not partnered with them at this point to share any data.
I was just wondering if whatever we're conveying, if the commission is going to get what we're actually asking for. I'm not sure what I'm getting a sense of what the end request is, other than just an endorsement.
It's just an endorsement, but maybe we should wait and make a motion for next month and go about our business as it stands and make a motion next time that would be very specific and be acceptable to everyone, so we don't hold things up now. Or if you want to if Debbie wants to simplify what we said.
Well, I think, Mr. Chair, you had a motion. Yeah. I think you made the motion for the city to support a private institution survey of single-family homes, concentrating on waterfront properties.
So it stands. Well,
that was what I heard after we fleshed it out a little bit.
I could interject because I feel like there's going to be questions in the public with what our purpose is, and I'm just wondering if it should be a little better articulated what the goal is before we're issuing the commission totally supported
for a database. That's all.
Use the phrase "you're documenting the current state."
Right.
I'm supportive however you want to proceed, Jeff.
I think for a database, it should, if that's of concern, just add the words for a. Nancy, are you talking to us?
She's not.
Okay.
Would you be?
Sorry.
No, I was just going to say, would you be open to amend it to remove the waterfront homes? I think of Pine Tree and Lagorce and
you mean
Alton.
Just make it homes?
Right.
That's fine with me.
I'm in favor of the motion like that. I mean, I'll go either way, but.
Hey, Debbie.
Okay, let me try to pull it together. So Jack, your motion is to request that the mayor and city commission support a survey of potentially historically significant homes, single-family homes throughout the city, and that would be by a private institution.
For the public benefit.
For the purpose of creating a database of significant single-family homes.
Yeah, that's fine.
And again, just for clarification, if it's just that and it's third-party funded, that's not something we could just initiate right now as a board and not really bring it to the commission yet until we have something more substantial?
I think we want to.
The commission doesn't need to endorse a private institution from doing any sort of architectural survey work. That's within any institution's right to take a look at architecture, within the county, within our city, anywhere. So you don't need to make a recommendation to the commission, but you're welcome to.
I just feel like, I mean, if we're going to do that, why don't we endorse it as a board and see the progress, and then maybe try to turn that into something based on how it's coming forward. I mean, I'm also hearing this great resolution that was created, you know, with William Carey a long time ago that didn't really gain traction the way it needed to, and I'd like to see a little bit more intentionality on the part of the board before we, you know, send this discussion to the commission about the single family homes. And it's only because I'd like to see us make progress.
I think you're correct, Kurt. I think that's the way it should be.
Okay, so Mr. Finglass, your motion has been withdrawn?
For the time being.
Okay. And when would you like to discuss this further?
Next month is just a point of information about progress that we will have made by then.
Okay. Fair enough.
So moved.
So no action taken by the board. We will bring this back to you, and we will note that in the after action. The last discussion item today is Mr. Pascal. You had recommended that the board discuss possible zoning incentives for the CD2 portion of the Normandy Isles National Register District. I know, I think most of you are aware, we have incentives for the residential multifamily district, but not for the commercial districts.
Thank you, Debbie. Can I jump in for a second here?
Absolutely, please.
So, obviously, not a lot of history. There is a lot of history. I'm not going to take a lot of time with it. But, you know, the National Register, the commercial district in Normandy was included in the National Register designation, was not included in the local historic designation. I also want to incorporate the discussion about the Resilient Cities study, right? Alan Shulman's study, which also discussed incentives. There's a lot of activity happening in North Beach. These buildings have already been cataloged. They've already been surveyed, correct, Debbie, as part of the National Register nomination. And so I also wanted to throw in the discussion of the International Inn because I think it's poignant here. I think with the International Inn, we were looking at a building that was historically significant, important to the community, and was not protected. And in that instance, on the fly, and credit to Nancy and Daniel Ciraldo for springing into action, you know, there were accommodations made. And so I was hoping with the board we could initiate a dialogue prior to a situation wherein these cataloged historic buildings are at risk of being demolished. In terms of incentives, obviously, you know, having participated in the discussion for the RM1s, some of them that I could mention, there were, which I referenced this during the Tropic Air discussion, right? The waiving of parking requirements for historic buildings, if they're being added on to. There's obviously height incentives, setback incentives. I know we used in the RM1 overlay, right? Use, I'm not sure we have so much leeway there because this is already a historic district, but I think it's really for the city as a whole. I think it's a discussion that critically needs to happen. And I think this area of North Beach and the National Register District is a prime opportunity for us to start having that discussion. So I'd value anyone else's thoughts and input on that.
I think everybody's tired, Kirk.
I totally agree. I think being proactive and providing, you know, carrots instead of the stick is always a better route for historic preservation as a form of economic development and really work with, you know, property owners and developers. So I'm always in support of the city looking at those types of incentives that work for North Beach in particular, or Miami Beach as a whole. it's tough in Miami Beach because there's just so much limited geography here. But I do think that there are many creative avenues that have been explored. City of Miami is an example, and many other municipalities. So I am definitely in favor of trying to find those carrots to allow people to feasibly preserve their properties.
Thank you.
Also, Kirk, did you want to collect ideas for additional incentives, or were you thinking like the sampling from the RM? What would be applicable for commercial if you wanted to just use that as a starting point?
I'm gonna look very closely at Debbie while I ask this question, because I appreciate the massive amount of work that you all do and appreciate it so much. I'm wondering if looking at the existing zoning code within that district, if I'm not sure if staff would be able to possibly make any recommendations of, and maybe using the zoning overlay that the commission already signed off on for the RM1s, if maybe we could look at what possible incentives could be discussed there that might, create viable incentives to actually save buildings should someone want to develop it. I know you have a tremendous amount of wealth, Debbie, you and your staff. I'd like to move this forward into a real discussion, and ultimately I think the hope would be that we can make a recommendation to the commission to a zoning change affecting these specific contributing buildings. At least that's my hope, I think.
So there's a few different options. Number one, it's difficult to compare the RM1 with the commercial districts in terms of the zoning. For example, the commercial buildings have 0 setbacks already. In the CD2, the parking has already been reduced or eliminated. So those types of incentives are not really applicable primarily to the commercial districts because they are already so liberal in terms of the existing regulations. But certainly things like height, potentially, in the future, if you wanted to look at FAR issues, those are potential recommendations that you could make. The use, as you said, it's already a very liberal use area because it's a commercial zone district. So it's much more limited in terms of, off the top of my head, incentives that could possibly be proposed. But what you could do is you could just make a recommendation to the mayor and commission that they, send an item to the city's land use committee, which would be kind of the normal course of action for any type of workshop or discussion about how to incentivize zoning in a particular neighborhood. So it could be, discussed there and then eventually referred back to this board or to the city's planning board. Again, the planning board is usually the board that would start the process of this type of text amendment, because that's what it would be. You could also just, we could talk about it today. We could continue this and talk about more specific. For example, if the board, looks at the neighborhood and says, well, we think additional height would work here, and you just want to make a recommendation that's very specific to the mayor and commission, saying we want to increase height or we want to decrease height or that type of thing. So those are really the avenues. You could make a general recommendation to have the commission, refer this to a committee to start the discussion. Or we could, discuss the area in more specifics and you could make a specific recommendation. In terms of staff analyzing the area and giving you real recommendations, we would do that if, for example, the land use committee said we want the planning department to look at this and create a draft ordinance, or to bring a full analysis of the neighborhood and what type of incentives would work and what wouldn't work. So you've got a couple options.
Got it. No, I appreciate that. And again, I'm thinking like the International Inn is a good, it's a good example, and so is what the zoning changes were on Lincoln Road, right? Which were really about maintaining the street facing or pedestrian facing in Lincoln Road's case. I just want to make sure, and I hear what you're saying. So what you're saying would be a recommendation from us to the commission for a referral to land use, and I think that's great. My only concern, again, is that that there's consensus among this board of what direction we want to go, because I hear you that there's sort of the height allowance in that district is what, 60 feet, 65 feet? Is that correct?
I think they can go up to 55 feet.
55. Okay. And right now, the existing structures are, for the most part, 1- and 2-story structures. So there's already a little bit of pressure there. Taking into account as well that Town Center, which is, a couple of blocks down the street, is going to 22 stories in some instances, right? So there's the option of either, looking at increasing height, reducing height for non-contributing buildings, and maintaining or increasing for contributing buildings. I'd like something to actually happen, and so in terms of how we move it forward, what the vision would be, I'd like to have a little bit of input and discussion and consideration from the other members of the board, because again, I'd really like something to happen, not just to make it to the commission and die on the vine because we weren't clear enough in what our intent and the vision was of what we think is feasible. Neither do I want to see, nor do I think the community wants to see 22-story buildings pushed in the door for the Normandy Circle. So I think we need to be somewhat clear and ideally on the same page. Any thoughts?
Just hearing how maybe liberal things are, already with respect to what's going on in commercial, I'm wondering if there are opportunities for process-related incentives for expedited reviews and approvals, if that's an area worth exploring here. If there's if our options are kind of limited for the what, you can talk about the how.
Absolutely. That's something that you could definitely make a recommendation to in terms of the review processes, the permitting and that type of thing. If there are certain incentives the city can put in place, for to encourage the retention of existing contributing buildings in the National Register District, that's something.
And Debbie, if we transmit a recommendation to the commission for a referral to the land use, then does it come back to this board at some point for further input, or where does it go from there?
It typically wouldn't. However, as this board, really does have an advisory capacity to all of the city boards, it would likely be part of your discussion in the upcoming months if this was ever to be referred anywhere or discussed anywhere. We could bring this back as a discussion item. There would be no formal review required by this board for any text amendments to the National Register District area.
Well, then what I'd ask is I want it to be a fully transparent process, and I want the community to feel, and the property owners to feel an opportunity to be engaged, because I don't want conflict. I'd like us all to move together with a vision that everyone can support. Maybe we carry this over to another meeting with the intent of transmitting a recommendation, and in the meantime, I'll think about, and maybe I invite you all to think about what that recommendation might look like. I think the Land Use Board is fully capable of appreciating where we're coming from if we properly state it. But again, I want a transparent process. I'd like to see this actually move forward.
And what I could do for an upcoming meeting, maybe next month, is I could transmit to the board the current commercial district regulations, so you can see what the current zoning is. I can also give you a copy of the conservation district overlay that incentivized contributing buildings in the RM1. And then we could, that would be more informed discussion, maybe, if you know what the starting point is.
And for the traffic area, just for clarification, so that project went first to the planning board, right, for a waiver of parking requirements? Is that correct or no?
The traffic care?
Yeah, which I know is in a different district.
Right. That wasn't for that particular project. There was no incentives for that particular project or text amendments. But in general, the CD2 in Normandy does have parking incentives now. The parking requirements were significantly reduced for the entire CD2 of that area.
Reduced but not eliminated entirely?
They were eliminated. Depends on what the use is. They were eliminated, I believe, for some restaurant, hotel, and residential potentially. I might be misspeaking. I wouldn't want to misinform anyone who's listening. I can bring that back to you, but it was eliminated for specific uses only.
And it's conceivable that, again, as part of this discussion, potentially those parking waivers could remain in place for existing contributing buildings. Most of them are, right? The buildings that we're talking about, and maybe not be included for buildings that are demolished and redeveloped. I'm just thinking out loud here.
That would certainly be something, that you could explore and make that type of recommendation.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate that. I think that'd be a great way of nurturing the discussion if you're willing to maybe include the RM1 overlay. Maybe we look at what was done for the international event as well. We could look at what we did on Lincoln Road and maybe, with those in mind, try to move this forward.
Sure. I can provide all the information.
Thank you, Kirk. Debbie, I do have two other little tiny items.
Okay.
The first is I would like you all to look into what's happening with the Al Capone house.
Okay. And what type of information would you like on that?
What the status is. There are rumors that someone's going to be asking to tear it down, and if there ever was an example of a historic house, that is a good one.
I can look through the permitting history. A rumor on someone buying it and tearing it down, there's nothing I can report on that. I personally don't have any information.
Okay,
but I can look through if they've submitted for the design review board. I can provide you that information, and I can provide you any permitting history
information. It appears as though the Wells Fargo Bank branch at Alton and Lincoln Road, it has been boarded up. There's graffiti on the boards, and that building has spectacular mural work, which should be saved. It's the history of the United States in huge murals inside and out. I can't imagine a building that's more historic or more architecturally significant. And I think Mr. Galbert, or one of the developers, owns that block or owns it. It's next to the huge 1212 building, whatever that new building is. And it must be slated for something not good. It would be nice if we could find out what's going on with that.
Yeah, there was a project reviewed and approved by the design review board for that site. I can check into that and see if that's still active. See if there's any other permits that are outstanding or any violations. I can bring that back to you.
If you can't save something of that importance artistically, there's no hope for much else. I mean, it's a very significant building. Its history. It shows Betsy Ross in the 1950s tract development, knitting the flag, among other things. It's very, very interesting.
Yeah, I know that the property did go through the design review board process at least several years ago, and got an approval. I can let you know what that is and what the status of that is. But again, not historically designated. So whether it's significant or not, it's technically wouldn't require this board's review at this point.
I got you. Just one more example of how we fail. as a city, because we can't do anything about a demolition, because we are powerless in that area.
We have 14 local historic districts. I think this board does an excellent job.
Yeah, but individual buildings we can't do much about. Is that in a historic district?
No.
Okay.
Any property within any of our local historic districts is under the jurisdiction of this board. So regardless if it's contributing or significant or not, if it's in a local historic district, this board does have jurisdiction. If it's not, and it's not individually designated, you're correct. There's not any authority that this board would have.
Well, that's the reason for the proposed survey, among other things, is these things have to be protected somehow against the odds. Thank you. Hearing no other business.
Okay, and I think we're down a couple members anyways. Thank you all. Thanks to city staff for putting this meeting together, and I will see you next month.
Good. Thank you.
Meeting adjourned.
Thank you, everyone.